Ladies and gents, welcome to the stream. We're here at the Jeju Poker Festival 2025, bringing you all the action of the WPT Prime Korea event. My name is Corey Van Yarsveld, and I'm joined today by my friend Liam Murray. Welcome, Liam.
Good afternoon, Corey.
Are you as excited as I am?
Mate, this is the second best thing to being there, so I'm pretty excited. It's been a big couple of days for us, but I'm very much looking forward to covering the main with you and seeing some excellent poker.
Yeah, I mean that Red Dragon Teams event was an absolute blast. The energy in the room was just electric. But we are here today for one of the main events of the series, the WPT Prime edition of the main event. And we are playing for a pretty substantial sum. Liam, am I right in converting this to about 90,000 USD up top?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you there. I think the total price pool, Corey, they just about doubled the guarantee. So it worked out at just over 467,000 US dollars, which is pretty incredible. You might even say that this event is the World Series of Poker in South Korea. it's huge.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, this is pretty monstrous. I mean, almost half
massive.
$1 million US dollars.
Yeah,
prize pool, and we've got some pretty deep poker to commentate on today as well. Our team's event, while it was very good fun, it wasn't very turbo structure. The idea was to get things moving pretty quickly, see a lot of flips and a lot of all-in action. It was here in the WPT Prime main event. We are giving these guys a little bit more time to think about things, a little bit longer levels. Well, I should say much longer levels, and much deeper average stacks. So, as well as all the exciting all-ins that we've covered over the last couple of days, we should get to watch some really interesting, really in-depth strategic poker over the next couple of days as we bring this thing to a conclusion.
1 million chips at 15K big blind is just it's a lot, Corey. That's a lot of chippies.
It's pretty substantial. Yeah, it'll keep you comfortable for at least a little while.
You're not getting a read on this fella, though. You will not get a read.
Not a chance. So it looks like we've got 37 players remaining, according to our graphic in the top left corner there, from 515 starters. That means we do currently have a payout of about 3.5 million Korean won locked up. See, Mystery Hand going to raise it up from our million chip stack, and we're going to get right into the action with the sexy boys here.
2 jacks.
All the way around to the blinds. It's not a bad one. Weak offsuit ace in the big blind. Maybe a hand that you want to defend against just the one opener. It can be pretty difficult to play hands like this out of position against an early position open. Bottom pair 4, pants ace 3. But only 15% equity as he is still up against the pair of jacks. And the jack of diamonds adding a flush draw to the arsenal. C-bet coming through 30,000, about 1/3 pot. The spot's actually doing a pretty good job of highlighting what I was saying just a moment ago about these hands being difficult to play out of position against EP opens. Looks like Pan's decided to go the aggressive route with his bottom pair here. A small check raise, up to 80,000 with the bottom pair.
I can't see him folding just yet, Corey.
No, I mean, we have a hand that beats all the bluffs. We have a hand that has decent equity against some value hands. Jack of Diamonds obviously is drawing to the third nut flush. Now, you're not loving facing a check raise with the jacks here, that's for sure. No reason you can't be drawing dead. But it is a pretty small sizing as well. Getting 4-1 with such a strong hand, you're certainly going to be at least seeing a turn card. 7 of spades doesn't change anything at all. Well, I suppose the 5-4 open-ender improves, if you expect that to be something that your opponent check raises with.
Probably not all that often that the 5-4 would take that line, but you never know.
You know, generally speaking, check raises on these monotone flops will at least contain one of the suit, in this case it being a diamond. You see, Pan this time has decided to take the aggressive line with just the naked ace-3. Check on the turn, and that's a pretty brutal river for Charles Jack.
The reason he check raised was to be like he knew that the ace was coming, so it makes a lot of sense now.
It certainly does. That is some top-level stuff. Check raising flop to get a cheap river, or a free river rather, where you can bink your top and bottom pair. That is next level. And sizing up a value bet here, and this is a pretty nasty spot for the pocket jacks. You can only beat a bluff, and you've got to find one somewhere. I'm struggling to come up with too many of them. You got to think it could be a possibility that your opponent check raises flop with something like a naked ace of diamonds. And they've somehow found a pair on the river. But the question is, would they bet this size with just a naked ace? And I think the answer is probably no. Very obscure line here. Not a great deal of hands make sense. Something like a top pair plus nut flush draw is something that can often take this line, but you would think ace-queen might even consider 3-betting pre. Show's going to make a great fold here with the jacks. Keeping the damage to a minimum, maintaining a 900,000 chip stack.
没有 River 该打了 ，River 那个应该是要打的。没关系，冠军怎么办？我也希望冠军就可以拍照了。那我大大方方的。OK，OK。
Another opportunity to get back in the mix for Shao here with the ace jack.
你牌扫了吗？你有扫到了吗？要扫一下。
他坐不住了，你这个。
对呀。我也快坐不住了。
我说他坐牢快坐不住了。
哦，
坐得太难受了。
有时候坐牢也是一个好事，不会碰撞，不会出局。我上个 APT 应该主赛跟 开瑞的 Day Two，我从头到尾都只有15到20滴，
这个时候打的最久的。
但从头到尾没有，我从头到尾
对啊，这是可以
对
活最久的。
那也
如
是很
果一直都
舒服的。
没有大翻倍，但
一
一直都是中头嘛。
50、60个 BP，你可能
那你就会你会
或者很快就打得很深。
你会打得很谨慎。
不一定，就我觉得我对我来说，筹码多会有打的不一样，少很多事不能做。我说筹码少，然后操作扑呢，然后被惩罚。
2 aces in the small blind for Pan. Facing the under the gun open, I can probably imagine Pan will be firing out a sizable 3-bet.
你们两个签约了是吧？
要搞点节目效果。我感觉还是想找他的
So
偶
we
像
get to 100k and Jack 10 suited
Oh,
in
yeah,
the big
yeah,
blind.
yeah,
It's a
yeah.
sad one to have to let go. Facing this action, not much to be done.
他把机会都抢走了，我怎么玩？
These guys are going to go at it for round 2 here. Pan getting the best of the last one after catching that ace on the river, and he's put a couple of aces in the hole this time.
Off to the flop we go. Zhao does find the call with ace-jack offsuit. It's going to need a bit of help though.
我推
The
了搞没事啊
aces in the small blind from
推了
Pan,
搞不好没事。
well out in front.
那翻3倍啊！
翻3倍啊！
It's a good start. Queen 10-4. Action with Pan in the small blind.
你也不少，那12个大盲，
Ace is still in the lead.
不到的，有啦，还是有威力的。
他如果不 open 我就 all in。
你说不 open 是吗？
对，他 UTG open 对吧？
一号在右了。
Pretty small size on the C-bet here. Only about 1/4 pot. Certainly an affordable price to pay for a gut shot to the nuts straight. And that's going to improve to a second gut shot on the turn here. A 9 now also would improve the ace-jack to the best hand. 2 flush draws on board now.
$120. He said 100. 120.
This board's certainly starting to get a little bit concerning for one pair of aces. Jack 9 suited isn't a hand that's completely outside of the realms of possibility. Of course, could be up against some hands like sets. And doing a good job of detecting that he is currently in the lead and betting for some value here. The pot is getting big, 600k in the middle. River card incoming.
没我们的事。生筹
Pretty
码
clean river.
Liam, do you think Pan can muster up a value jam here, or do you think it's too thin?
It might be too thin. I mean, he has the ace of spades, right? So you can rule out the nut flush draw. Zhao can have all of the sets as well. Jack 9, not really too likely, But yeah, I'm not too sure. Will be interesting to see how he plays this one.
Yeah,
The
big
one thing I
question you
will
need to
say,
ask
Corey,
him. Yeah, go on.
is what do you expect to get called by?
Yes. Yeah.
So if you only get called by hands that are beating you, well, he's done it. Never mind me.
Yeah. Pam decides that there's enough there to try and get some value, and he's going to pull the trigger on the all-in. Yeah, just as you say, Liam, you've got to have a pretty good idea that your opponent can call you with a hand like King Queen or Queen Jack suited here in order to make this jam effective. If you're only ever going to get called by hands like two pairs sets or slow played straights, then it's going to be a pretty ineffective jam. As it stands, Xiao's spent a time bank on this. I wouldn't think that if he was just Hollywooding, he would be spending something as valuable as a tank card. He might be genuinely thinking about calling this off with ace high, and if that's the case, Pan has done a really good job of reading where his opponent's at and understanding that he might just not get believed going for it. We're talking about whether he can get paid off by a queen, and he might get paid off by ace high, but won't be the case this time. Big thing you need to consider in spots like this is how likely is it that your opponent would slow play a hand? Would a hand like Jack 9 suited just call turn with two flush draws on board, or would it always raise? Would a hand like a set of tens ever just call twice, or would it be putting in the raise at some point prior to the river? Same thing with Queen 10. You've got to ask yourself these questions about this specific opponent before making these value jams, because if there's someone that plays pretty trappy, you are just going to be running into it a much higher percentage than you would expect. If your opponent's someone that's always going to fast play these hands, then maybe going for that thin value jam is going to work out.
The other thing is he's going to have those hands from under the gun, nine-handed. Jack 9 suited. Maybe not.
Yep, that's true.
15分钟、20分钟后应该就看得到了，所以不能说谎。
AA 嘛，AA，问就是 AA。
大家可以记一下，那个开始20分钟的时候，
延迟半小时。
对，他在开始20分钟是 AA，你要记得看。应该延迟15或30吧，我不知道。
主要底池太多了，我这里不 all in 也很难受。
I think we're going to see Pan getting involved once again here. Ace Jack on the button this time.
Hot start for Pan, but I mean he hasn't really done too much else other than check raise the bottom pair that I wouldn't agree with.
Yeah, I mean, all seems pretty reasonable so far. Obviously, yeah, that was a adventurous check raise. End up working out for him. He's made a good read on this last hand with the aces. Going for that thin value on the river, identifying that he is good with his one pair on the scary board, and here he's just going to go ahead and make a standard raise with the ace-jack and take it down. Those three pots are good for a chip lead stack. 70 big blinds now at the 10, 15, 15 level.
转牌的推，转牌你会推吗？圈，什么圈感觉不会在。正门花，哪一套？
转盘有变强，
有变强，变强，比如说90，也不对，转牌有变。我刚刚说是10J爱心转牌，我也是转牌变强。我的华本中队转牌卡顺后门。
抽不动大概率是。这里我想应该是要。
奶花不用丢时间牌吧？理论上。
可以弄一些高张 miss， 想的
应该没必要 ，miss 就直接盖了，应该有，搞不好有10啊，比如说可能我不太确定，可能80，我不知道。发不是黑桃10吗？黑桃10，在这。
转盘变成双画面了。
对。但因为我挡了重要的双画面，所以你应该是正门，也不一定，你可能后门 A 花之类的。 你有爱心 A 吗？
问到他了，他可能没有 A。
你现在讲出来，他就破梗，你知道吗？
你可能问到他了。
没有爱心还是没有 A？
没有爱心，只能说这么多。
这么
没事，
巧，
我们等下
没有爱心。
20分钟后就知道了。差一个，差一个。
Tight fold there. Ace 5 suited hitting the mark. Over to Pan, and he's picked up the Ace Jack again.
Is that 4
Is there any-
playable hands for Pan in the first orbit?
Yeah, I mean, he won the first 3 hands. He's already picked
I'm
up the
changing my
hat trick.
name,
He's
Corey.
going for number 4 here.
你真活泼。
3-bet announced. And given that he's up against a
他没
incredibly light
落
open,
后我们很多时间牌，
It's pretty speculative
good
from
chance
under the
this one
gun.
just
他
gets through.
会给我们困难。没有我们
Yeah,
会梗
yeah. I
比较
mean,
困难
I don't tend to play the Jack 7 suited from the +1 seat.
确实
George just going to let that one go.
哦，哎，这 OK 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 OK，来谁？
对，先生呀，秀完就准备开始偷。
前面也没少偷啊。
那下我是给逼着偷了。
有啊，偷一把被你抓了。
对啊，你那个我check我是真想不到，我觉得你是一些小手队，觉得可以打得开的。
你扣了人，没想到是 AA
扣了人，
打牌。
听不懂啊。
He say if jam you call， 他 all in 你扣吗
听不懂。
？No。
他本来就做3B 炸。
What do you have one to all in？
Sorry？
What do you have one to all in？
那 A7 suited S5 Ace5 I go。
Ace5 better. If you got Ace5, I think jam.
32个人我就推了。
你还有一个时间牌啊，
我一个时间牌感觉撑不到那个人。
你就算了吧。
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. 32。
可以这样，这样吧。你什么时候回去？
我不确定，其实
啊，红龙会打吗？
我在想，
你有其他事情哦？
我的工作在月底，所以我有足够的时间在这个。
Great shove, blind versus blind here by the Queen 7. This is only for 5 bigs. Queen 7 offsuit is going to be enough, in theory, to pull the trigger here.
朋友的俱乐部
When we are as short as this, best way to play is to just stick to the charts, put the chips in when you need to, and try and pick up those blinds and antes as frequently as possible. Great jam here. We'll get Mao Shen back to 100k.
第二张
红龙打的人会
一张是 A，就不用看另一张。
应该 KBC 比较多，我猜应该 KBC 最多。对对对
因为我看他分了5
对，
组，
第一张我看了，第二张看
对
花轮，
对，
这个只有
但因为红龙也比较贵一点点，所以红龙应该会少一点点
第一张。如果看花轮，
红龙250
第二张。
对，比较贵一点点。250已经跟 APT 差不多级别了。
看花直接是秒靠了。
其实红龙没有以前的感觉，
我第一次来这边，
没有说，因为红龙早期是别的品牌的红龙，这是被买过来的。旧的那个红龙，就是比较早打扑克的玩家会有一些情怀，
OK，
因为它比较经典。但它现在完全不一样。 刚才可能是你唯一的机会。
Panda's had a lot of opportunities to get involved in pots so far, but this would be pretty loose. Does make the fold. He's not going to ride the wave that far.
你的 button 没了，你的 button 没了。
我在干嘛？
你不想打 button，漏一个 button。
我就说为什么他要喊裁判？为什么？
可能没有看到我那个。
你想太久了，我默认你肯定是后排的。
你看，算盖了一个第二叉的位，等下再编一个第二叉的位置。
我还在看盘的时候。
最惨编大盲了，button 是算第二惨。
没事啊，说不定就我啦，这把牌说不定我推出去，然后他们短开 gamble， 我死了。
Saw George make a very light open from early position with the Jack 7 suited not all that long ago. I was confident he would be playing the 8s, but he's going to go ahead and just put in the 3-bet jam out of the big blind. This is for about 32 big blinds against the cutoff open. Huge jam here.
Corey, I did hear the table questioning George about what he raised folded, and he actually said it was ace-7, so that would have made a little bit more sense to me. Potentially we had a issue with the card reader, but it makes more sense to me that he opened the ace-7 than the jack-7, so I tend to believe him.
Sure, that'd make sense.
But I also agree, it is a big jam from the pocket 8s. Gets the job done though.
Certainly does. I mean, you're going to fold out a lot of hands that have good equity against you. I mean, hands like King Jack suited are not going to be able to continue for this price. Yeah, only concern with jamming this amount of chips in a hand like pocket 8s is your equity when called is actually not all that impressive. 8's equity against a cutoff opening range is going to be quite high, but we end up isolating the part of the range that's got us in pretty rough shape. The trade-off, of course, is that we get to just win the pot immediately and negate that positional disadvantage a very high percentage of the time. It's a bit of a trade-off there.
30 big blind jam, I think just maybe pocket deuce and 3 something.
还回头。
45? Something like that.
I think I'm not a big player. If it's a big player, you got 3 bet. Not jam the 30 big blind.
The table are grilling him about his jam. Oh, geez, that's a big jam. You must have had a pair.
Well, not all that bad of a read.
2滴
假如是我最喜欢的结构牌，
然后万一你要跟了他真的推55，然后你是67，刚好 flip，
我是67啊。
然后55刚好 flip，
应该
那确实是蛮好笑的。
差不多。
所以我刚问他是不是55。
Make sense, make sense.
Whiff for both players here.
所以他刚10大我会扣的。
其实是不能扣了，但
其实不能扣。
其实不能扣，30个大盲这个牌不能，那没关系，就无所谓。
OK。哇，刚跟他经历2把之后，掉马掉很严重。
前面是多少？
嗯？
前面上
来的时候30几万。
对，我上周30多，我刚挪过来的时候100嘛。
对，刚刚那个3币炮掉很多。
对，刚跟你那2个趴掉了很多，掉了一半。
我都尽量控制。
我感觉如果他那手范围不对的话，应该是我会跟你打完。 就假设他的对，就是我假设他的范围是不对的，那应该会我会跟他打，因为我那手我就实在开心啊。我那个到转牌也走不了，
买后门，金顺双买。
对，我也中队后门 got shot。而且 BBB 我可能直接卷，他如果令我会
Approximately 10 levels of play.
A 会令吧，A 20BB 的你再取要令吧，你卷我会改，你卷我会改，令我会卷。
你不要再逼问他了，你不要再
超级 table talking 超级清楚，
是差不多。
可以看得到手牌的。
A lot of excitement here, but it's probably going to end up in a chop. We have Ace Queen plays Ace Queen all in pre. Jack Knight offsuit for pan, probably not that interested.
有点边池了。
来干嘛？
Would have been pretty sick to see the Jack 9 call there and actually be the favourite three ways.
我想想看，我觉得这个是 chop 的牌。
Hearts a factor all of a sudden. King of Hearts brings a backdoor flush draw for Zhang.
Clean
Nine clubs
river.
is clean. Bit of a sweat just to make sure everyone's awake. These guys will chop up the blinds and antes. Amok Odelic joins us in the YouTube chat with some kind words. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you have a blast. Could be here for quite some time today. The plan is to play down to the end of level 27 or the final table. I'd say, if I had to guess, FT is probably slightly more likely. Jen, after chopping that ace-queen versus ace-queen a moment ago, is going to look for hopefully a bit more of a decisive result on this hand with his pocket jacks. He has pulled the trigger on the all-in. Going to fold around to the big blind. It looks like this one's going to get through. on limps. Michael Wolf points out to us in that ace queen versus ace queen here. The Jack Knight instead decided to go for a flip stack on both of the ace queens.
好像是 cover 一点，你又抢了2.5。
King 8 suited for Xiao here. Very defendable in the big blind. And Hao Chen will be out flopped. Ace 10 no longer ahead. And out flopped in a big way. It's top and bottom pair for Xiao's King 8 of clubs. C-bet fired and check raise quickly coming in here from the top and bottom pair. Ace 10 quickly relinquished. Not much you can do with this particular Ace 10. Maybe with a diamond in your hand you can consider making a float here, but just nothing to be done in this case.
Just 6.5 big blinds for our shortest stack at the table, but 1 double away from being back to contention.
Never give up.
That is what we say in Australia, Corey. We do not give up. That's because we're always short and most of our poker is played sub 10 big blinds. Six is enough for Chen to jam for about 15 bigs. Ace Queen suited, probably going to find a call, I imagine.
Rejam announced. It's going to get through the blinds and it's going to be a fair fight.
梅花梅花几月开？
快开了。
AAQ flop AAQ。
有点贪心了。
Queen 10-3. Ace Queen takes the lead. Chen with the sixes needing to find one of the remaining sixes. And that will not be it. We will lose Chen in 31st.
和底更丧心病狂。
哇哦，
心想事成。
A King
反过来了，
Nut Full House isn't a bad run out.
许愿的。
要取。
Pretty good.
要先提要求。
If you were to be all in with Ace Queen, you'd probably want a full house, I would imagine.
I wouldn't complain about that run out.
你有6，我放心一点。
Down to 30.
我也有6，我6、7。
啊，那你早说我放心一点，不然我还要担心到最后。
你不像担心的样子。
对啊，就不会就这样。
差不多吧。
肯定要担心啊，这个 flip 其实很大。对啊，这个 flip 对我来说很大。对我刚刚16个大盲加13个，我现在有30，跟16差非常多，一定担心。
3个大门票。
13个大盲票。 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 13个大
Oh,
这我
yeah.
而且他刚刚拉特别慢，我也找不到我的圈，我的圈在最后一张，圈在 kitchen 里面。
10-9 suited for Chen in the cutoff. Imagine we'll probably see an open here. No,
Wow.
sorry, I
That's
was wrong.
snug. That's very tight.
好了，
Alright, friends out for the KPC single day super high roller, round number 4. 1500, 3000, and 3000.
There's two sub 10 big blind stacks in the blinds, which I guess played into the decision to fold the 10-9 suited, but
这个牌你
still
Very good point.
very snug.
But you probably can't open the 10-9 suited if you're not calling the 7 or 8 big blind jams. So
开的话，
你
我
们有
觉得
15个大盲，我就 open 的。但你们
Yeah, I mean 10-9 suited is going to have pretty good equity even when it is behind.
然后后面
Even in cases when it's dominated, it's still doing reasonably well considering.
该去列。
我已经不是 team leader 了，我已经全部转移给他了。
确实2把牌。
对，
有牌真有牌。
我也想入牌。
就当抖内，就不是你，我以为你是想找偶像抖，我是找偶像抖内，又被反过来。
不过这种机会不多，我说实话。
确实，
他好像都不打国内了。
对，
国安国内顶多只能打个 CBG 之类的，就要最安全。
我没打过。
就是要最安全，不然感觉出事很麻烦。台湾现在是多很烦，比赛的问题。
This is pretty loose. And here's the table chip leader.
El Capitan.
6-4 suited from. Yeah. He's about to get punished. Ace king off for shower here.
你是去休息吗？
谁？
我说你是要过去一下吗？
你要干嘛？
race。
好。
谢谢。
Looks like 120.
reasonably large 3-bet there, Corey.
Yeah, it is pretty large. I mean, we'd expect something more in the vicinity of 80 to 100. This 120 would make more sense from out of position. But regardless, when you're up against 6 high, it doesn't really matter how big you make it. The result is going to be the same.
我一只手在拿5
谢谢。
What a gentleman. Bringing water for the table.
You love to see it.
我就帮你拿水，你没帮我多想一下。
看到你啦，看到你了。
没有，我要看筹码分布，没看到
哦，。对不起，我没有在想这个事情。
回来来不及，没看到筹码分布。
Sorry。
如果我本来下一招去看
对哦。
Final Four 有多少筹码？
万一真的，
因为等下24要 redraw。
万一真的如果错过一把牌，
就是要重抽
我会很内疚的。
重抽什么
就是座位会重打乱。
？OK
24个人的时候，
OK。
哦，还早。
差6个而已啊，所以我要去看一下。好，我想一下，我去看一下。
好。
Does he know that he has 9-2 suited?
I don't believe so.
两桌大概不到10 BB 的有5、6，所以应该掉了。
10 bigs here, ace 9. That's very snug. Really good spot to just pull the trigger there. Try and pick up those blinds and antes if you can. There is a very short stack in the big blind, but even if they're going to call you off light, you don't mind that when you have a hand as strong as ace 9. Do see the open jam from George's 10-8 offsuit.
24才降。
Jack 4 suited here, I think, in theory, is going to be a call. So what is this? 5 bigs.
We might have some pay structure implications here, though. I did notice he was looking up at the board, so maybe he's close to pay jump. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean,
下次应该看一张就好
so
了。
looks like there was a pay jump achieved at 32. So he was, I guess he was checking to see if there was any, but I think they're far enough,
Yeah.
and he does make the call.
看第一张就够了。你看多看了第二张。
Yeah, if there is a pay jump
很好了。
that they're on the bubble of, then I'd probably lean towards folding this. But I think 5 bigs is fine to just flick this in, assuming that the small blind is jamming appropriately.
Okay.
And you're going to be rewarded for the great call with a pretty favourable flop and a very clean turn.
Did you blind Jim? You blind Jim? No.
I looked.
You still have.
I looked at my hand.
Small hit there for George, but he will
不好意思，请问你
still be sitting reasonably comfortably playing 30 big blinds.
10万。
Anything that George does at the moment is being absolutely dissected by the table. they just accused him of jamming without looking. Why did you? They just said, why did you blind jam?
You blind Jim. So I just saw you him.
The worst part is that's only the stuff that we can make out. They could be talking way more and
Yeah.
dissecting him even more in Chinese, and we would be none the wiser. And
Yeah.
I suspect maybe neither would George.
牌这样。
你说他那个牌该不该开是吗？
没有啦，不是，他刚刚说他感觉他盲卷，
啊，可以
说
啊，
我帮你确认一下他是不是盲卷。
他看了，我看他看了，
他可能假装看了。
我感觉。
但我觉得正常人这里都是
我大马
任意
应该
两张。
Sexy Boy is making yet another appearance here. 10 big blinds. We just saw Chen make a really tight fold with the ace-9 a moment ago. Probably would have been able to get it through, but he's going to go for it here with the jacks, unsurprisingly. Going to fold it around to the blinds and all the way to the big as this 8-3 gets out of the way.
最后一关，感觉过来了。
Pretty comfortable million chips, but pretty uncomfortable hand as the 3-2 offsuit, and will relinquish his big blind.
他有触发保底机制，
下面
当他没码的时候，他就可以来。
5、6个都不到10个档，等下升猛就更短，应该很快就
所以就是谁运气好拿到牌翻倍嘛。
大概。等下应该很快就。啊，我肯定想宇宙啊！我上下2家都去买。我想推你们2个，还被中间一个隔离着，没事做。
我唯一的机会就是他那把 K 是3B 的那把我能赢很多。
啊，你说在下面的时候，case offsuit 那一手，对，
你他10勾，你进不来啊。
然后对他7、8那一手
我就进不来，
对啊，
他抛我就进来。
就他7、8那一手嘛，对不对？没机会。我好朋友要找我， 我想说我的好朋友要找我。
Pocket 10's a pretty easy jam for you. King 10 offsuit in the small blind for Pan. Now this one's pretty close. Facing a jam for 11 bigs. If your opponent's jamming appropriately, there'll be a lot of suited connector type hands in there, all the pairs, any ace, some weaker kings that you dominate. So certainly understand making the call here with the King 10, but Pan is going to be dominated this time. We see the last of the 4 10s in Cheng's hand.
想玩玩不了。
还是很好看。
这样你要死了是吧？
我不需要，
不一定你需要奥子，
我不需要奥子。
还是很好看。
对啊，没死啊，
没十了，
没有十了，只有 K。
你加油，我别讲话，我不说话。
那多少推出来？16万5。
16万，11个大码。
对，11个大码。
You're just going to have to fade a king to stay alive. 360,000 in the middle.
包推的这个牌是。
我是说他，
对。
他为什么这个牌他还有大盲在啊？不是小盲吗？
对，小盲咖。
Some chop outs present.
对。
3 on the turn, not going to be one of them. And the 5 on the river will see the 10s double.
Chip leader takes a little bit of a hit there, down to 800.
大盲还在那边。这个靠的好像有点边缘，10K 的话。
我觉得10K O 差蛮多的。
太边缘，你10K
O 差蛮多的。
是差的有点多。
对。
K 勾出体吧，对不对？
完全没有把大盲放在眼里嘛。
对。
他挺多的。
那我不知道他，就我想我扣了
他扣16万5，然后我捐44万，我整盖牌啊。
然后洗个澡。
你可以放，那你
我需要我90单吗？
这样10的奥词。
我只想我想玩这个，
他只有 K 的奥词，
可推不可接。
对，可以玩，不能11个太多。所以刚刚如果开 K 你就没奥子，我说别说话。
啊，我好讨厌那个小姐姐呀！什么鬼啊？
可以杀一会儿。
坐牢。
请求一个翻倍。
算复活了。
又好起来。
22个大盲，24个大盲超多的。
很多的这个题。
对啊。
现在均码也就51万。
Open here from George. The ace king for you. Only about 24 bigs.
2个 double 起来，不是 raise。
朋友一阵一阵是怎样？
Liam, I wonder how bad George is going to get grilled for this one.
When he jams back over the top, maybe they'll respect him. Corey, let's listen. Let's listen.
Still one?
Okay. Really top ring.
Yep.
推一个 AKO。
Looks like they might give him a pass this time.
I think so.
你知道为什么吗？没有，没有。
给你个白眼。
开玩笑。
好，等我就这把，给我个牌，我就先出发了，我先翻倍。
先录个尖尖。
你脸书有在用吗？啊？我好像很早的时候就有你的脸书，但你是没在用。
不太怎么用，很早 早就有。
因为突然有一天发现，我好像有你的脸书。
不太用。就是有的时候偶尔发 ins 的时候，它会关联嘛，然后那上面就会。
那你 ins 应该用不多吧？
也不多，
你应该都是用微博。
就抖音啊、微博啊，然后国内常用的。
各位玩家、现场的朋友，大家好，欢迎来到济州扑克嘉年华 KTC 赛事。今天要宣布一个好消息，1月份 KTC LPT 主赛事免费入场门票抽奖活动正式开跑。活动方式很简单，凡是追从 KTC 或 LPT 的官方社群账号或加入微信客服，于11月6号中午12点前到 KTC 赛事服务柜台出示。
Blind versus blind battle here. A couple of reasonably mediocre hands going to battle, but it is the dominated hand that is going to improve on the flop here. However, Zhao will pick up a gut shot. Three of clubs, so that 9 of clubs now becomes a factor. 12 live outs. Check, check. 7 of spades. Zhao just left with naked 10 high on the river here. He's not going to bluff at it, and the pair of fives will take this one down.
这个牌推赢了呀，我。
他赢球了，是他赢。
90欧吗？
对，
是的，
那个缺倍。
欧啊
，90欧呀。
那应该也都不会包，推了赢。
你有多少？
我14、15个大盲吧。
10个大盲吧。
要跳了
，14个大盲。
1分钟要跳了。
20多万吧，21、22万的样子。
我以为刚走10个，10个90。
因为前面有抢2.5嘛，对，21万多吧。
你前面有翻过倍对吧？
没有翻倍，对，就抢那个推了2把，抢了2.5，
抢了2个 open。
对，是的。
所以说有马都想。
You find ace jack off from early position, and we'll start off with an open.
Ready?
You're playing over 400,000 now, which is pretty sick considering that when he was in the big blind, he only had 80k.
Nice little spin up.
Chang here. Beautiful spin up. Call in position here. Ace 3 suited. Zhao on the button. Not a bad spot to put in a 3-bet bluff with a hand like Ace 3 suited, but also makes a reasonable call and plays well multi-way as well. Both options very reasonable here.
I know you'd find the 3-bet, Corey.
I'm a sucker for a squeeze.
They don't call you the juicer for nothing.
Is that what they call me?
I've actually never heard that before. I just made it up, but it's pretty good. Juicer Ben Yarsfeld.
Yeah. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'll see if I can make it stick. Is that going to complete in the big blind as well?
I'll be pushing it at every opportunity.
King 6-3. 2 of our players are going to connect with a pair. One of them is far more impressive than the other. Zhang would have loved an opportunity to pull the trigger on a stop and go here with an SPR of about 0.5, but she won't really have an opportunity on this flop. you will pass on the opportunity to continuation bet. We're over to Cheng now with the top pair. He does currently have the best hand.
45.
Pre-flop progressor has relinquished the betting lead, and we will see Xiaoting Chen take that betting lead for himself. Bottom pair backdoor nut flush draw here for Zhao. It's the kind of hand that I'd prefer to call closing the action, but at least will have position on his side for the duration of this hand. Use ace jack, shriveling up, facing a bet and a call in front of him. He was in the lead pre-flop, but was in third place going to the flop. Five of spades is mostly inconsequential. Will improve a hand like 5-4 suited open-ender to a pair. Doesn't really do a whole lot aside from that. You wouldn't expect a hand like 7-4 suited to be in the mix from the button.
110.
Hand like pocket fives is likely folding the flop with action behind, so king queen, if it was ahead, should still be ahead. And a 40% pot size bet here of 100,000 will set up a pretty clean river jam.
110K.
On a dry flop like this, there's not a whole lot of draws out there that you can still be ahead of with this ace-3, especially now that the obvious one in that open-ender has actually improved to a pair of fives. Beating only a stone airball bluff that's fired into 3 players on the flop and decided to double barrel. Only thing imaginable might be something like, I don't know, queen jack of spades. Nice fold by the ace-3, and Chen will pick up a nice pot there with the king queen.
有些牌会在那边 smoke。
这牌我推出去都没有入手，我得看看发什么。当然我不希望多人理杀，这样我必须得进去，我没击中又少。
有些时候你还是得推，因为会有人保护你，理论上会有人保护你。
但这个牌没用，这个牌我跟他冲。
有些牌要跟，
你跟我冲突。
有概率，有牌面会冲。
他推你扣吗？
他推我 all in 了。
他肯定你们进不来了。
你有 all in
啊。
哦，那蛮痛苦的，那蛮痛苦。
我肯定不能让你们两个进来。
我们 A 圈。
你 all in 我走了呀。
类似的，就是发光的牌。
是他 all in 他盖，我 all in， 他 all in 我盖。S 困。
A 勾 A 勾
A 勾。你要小心，我那边会有 slow play， 面对大盲转马的话，我会有 slow play。
够增量了吗？
嗯，快的。
他一定不会改。
啊，滴答的嘛，肯定。不冲突。
只要不张我就可以。
我 A6，我下让他一张。
那挺好。有没有人还有 A 的？
问题是他不需要 A 啊。
你得先击中。
但他不需要 A 啊。
Zhang decides this is the time to go for it. Pulls the trigger on the rejam with the Jack 10. A little bit of a slow roll flop there. Jack in the window, but the ace hiding there behind it.
Okay.
Oh, speaking of slow roll runouts, Jack of spades on the turn.
Oh,
wow.
那个顺子嘛，顺子。
这个对我很关键。
专门在做的。
Corey, you blink for
That's a
one
run out
moment
that's great for
and,
TV.
是的，
我最怕他也是什么勾圈啊。
All the big cards in play.
还
But it is
好
the Jack 10 that will find the double up.
麻烦。
因为你刚刚说很久没掉，就是28，我想说一样的。
Blinds ticking up to 10, 20 now.
没事。
So will be sitting a little more comfortably on 10 big blinds.
跟我前面一样，都是那个没办法猜对。
换牌了是吗？
Raise like 2,000, 4,000, 4,000 big landed.
好了，主军马了。
For the KPC single day super high roller, your blinds are up 244.
他们现在检查都很仔细啊。
对我前面手牌玩的有点多，但是跟他那2把我没有办法。对，
那我刚刚那把，
那把天花面那把，有 Queen 的天花面 ，Diamond 的天花面，我勾勾，我勾勾。
那把是在 open 扣吗？还是你3B？
我3B 你扣嘛？
哦，
对吧
Check raise 这样，对，
我没把你放勾。
合牌个
我在想你这里要
勾勾是赛吗？
不是
不是赛，
但是带 diamond， 带 diamond J。
对，但是桌面有张 Queen，但是合牌的 S 对我掉的很不好。
合牌是破了吗？
没有，合牌 A。
合牌我被他打飞了。
哦，对他打了。
那个
对啊，弄。
合牌掉了个 A。
那好像是 check raise，然后带 turn。
对。那把你什么？
然后 barrier。
还 check，我不记。
他忘了。
他就说他应该 check，他花了。
嗯，那他很大。
他就说他应该要。
他说他应该 check，那他应该很大。
反正我就说他应该是花。
他那牌挺大的。
少输了，你那个少输了。
你有阻挡花吗？
我有啊，我有张，
有那个勾的阻挡。
那张没什么用，
对，有
没有什么用的。其实发出来也不知道自己大不大。
对啊，
你勾花发出来也不一定大。
大就自然大，发出来不好。
大就自然大，确实
没毛病。
嗯，
发出来并不好。
是的。
所以那边不好，因为 open through that code 的牌一堆输底多位。
Couple of ace 10s in the mix here. Hands under the gun open will be a little bit concerning for Zhao here, and he will just go ahead and make the fold.
A 算错了，发本是一个 K。
Ace
发本是什么？
没有 flops Queen。
Back to Zhang. The Jack 10 served her well a moment ago, but she will pass on this one, facing an under the gun open. Around to the blinds now. Pass from George, but Yu has picked up another big hand. It might be an opportunity for him to continue that spin up. Last time he was in the big blind, he was playing 80,000 chips. He's now started this hand with just under 400k and a good opportunity to add several more thousand to his stack.
我其实很难扣他，对，
因为通常3B 怕他会跟下来的范围，
是
只有同花的范围，理论上。
就是我找不到比我小的牌还能这样打，
找不太到花的机会，他会跟你的
还是
带 A diamond 的组合都会是就花不中，
是，
他不会拿 offsuit 他们进去会
是。
但那个牌有趣，那个牌其实如果花没有 queen 的话，你可能要这样花出来。
其实我2手牌打错。
Liam, what's your thoughts on this small rebet? 19 big blinds effective. Oh, well, it worked.
Yeah,
it worked an absolute charm.
I immediately thought that he's chosen a very similar size to when he was actually in position versus out of position. So not a huge amount of consistency, but I mean, you know, at the end of the day, he's got the chips all in the middle, so we can't do much more than that.
发完我再讲。
这牌发不出来了。
Open 4 bet
Pretty clean.
哇，你是真的皮
哇哦。
OK， 我也是 A10。
Jack of Hearts is
我也是 A10。
perfectly clean river and you from 80k to 800k in just one orbit. What an incredible spin. And that might even be good for the table chip lead. From 0 to hero.
I was just about to say, he's probably got some pretty fun stuff to send to his group chat.
I'd say so, yeah. Yep, they'll enjoy this.
He's got a friend who's got a 5-ball in him and his friend's on a break at work and just checks that he's now the chip leader of the feature table.
哦，你现在变成 chip leader 了。哇哦！你没守住我送给你的礼物。哇！
我懂了，因为你刚才抱怨你都没牌，我也要抱怨干什么？你 彩。
小发牌员，
你抱怨完之后变出
申请
什么意思？
原来都是这样的，
都是这样的。
这是需要一点点手段。
哎，总算换荷官了。Thank you。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 天哪，那边变 CL 了。
简直了。
还来一阵风。勾4那把跑上了，跑上风了。
他那里有2/3都是这位好朋友送的。
确实这样。
10K 一把。
10K 一把 ，A 11把，
都是欧。
对，是的。
你们俩换股份了。
换股份不会这样打。
严重怀疑了。
换股份不会这样打。
送1点就可以了，送太。
28 remaining in the field, Corey, and there is another pay jump coming at 24th position.
不到1个钟头。
25th will get 2,760, and then 24th will receive 3,230.
对啊，你
First place today,
40分钟前你只有7万多。
a cool 90,365 US dollars.
现在翻了 N 翻了。
This main event did almost double the guarantee,
有风的。
so plenty of support for all of the tournaments this week in Jeju. Which does, of course, beg the question, Corey, will we be joining them next year?
Yes. Is the short answer. We have got to find a way to get us a team in that teams event. That was an absolute. I think that might be worth the trip alone. But seeing almost 100k USD up top in this thing certainly makes me wish I was over there. Fun fact, Liam, 90,000 US dollars is also worth approximately 2.4 billion Vietnamese dong.
You'd be a billionaire in Vietnam.
You would be.
I'll just have to settle for being a billionaire here in Australia.
I would take it.
I have taken it.
And going to look to get the momentum heading back in the right direction this hand, and he's got an opportunity to do it with this open-ender here. Not only an open-ender, but he's actually got a dominating straight draw. 8 on the turn would see both players improve to a very strong hand. Check, check. Almost looks a little bit like an 8, but it's far less exciting. Backdoor diamonds in play here. Pan can muster up a pro bet on the turn. I don't know that Zhao will be able to stick around with such a weak draw, especially on the paired board with the flush draw in play, but it is going to be checked once more. We might just be looking at a free river here. Not the case. Delayed C-bet.
I like it. It's going to get the job done quite often, but I think he will find a call from Pan.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of complete air hands that are just checking it twice with the intention of giving up. And a lot of those will be technically ahead of 7 high, so I do like this bet from Zhao, but he's up against one of the draws that is certainly going to be sticking around for at least one more card, and we have the 6 of Hearts river.
The dealer has allowed him to escape from jail. Corey, do you think he's got enough showdown now to check it back?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say so. The question is, what could he get to fold? And I don't think he could get a 9 to fold, so there's no point in really trying. You can just take your showdown with the 6. And we see that it is going to be good this time. That's 115,000 being added to Zhao's stack after that well-timed rivered pair of 6s. Currently, no 7-figure stacks on the table. We've had a couple players cross that threshold. But currently, the chips have been distributed back amongst the field.
要换一下吧。
还有机会 rejo， 然后还要再加焊死两个节点，那就太。
但因为他们有的时候快 rejo， 他们会直接不下去，他会直接打 rejo， 所以我就确认一下。
那太长了，我不要了。
不会啊，因为通常时间会很接近，可以，就还好。
10 big blind jam coming out from Zhang here with the ace 10 of hearts. Certainly a hand you're happy to look at when playing that 10 big blind stack. Action around to Cheng in the big blind, and this is a hand that can certainly call off here. In fact, I'd recommend running it here when you do find yourself with the king queen. You see a quick call, and it is going to be a fair fight. Looks like the folded cards are very much favouring Zhang in this case. 62% equity. Wouldn't expect it to be that high typically in this particular lineup.
很好，很好，
顶住就好了。
你很会端水。
顶住，小一点。
梅花，
小一点。好，10以下。
river。
好。
哦，还趁顺。
Straight on the river will do it. That's a double up for Zhang.
Now she's back to, what's that, 20 bigs or so? 21 bigs?
Yep. Very well alive.
Pretty comfortable now.
所以你是有这个感觉的。
是真的很差，就真的不能玩的牌。
那你要这么说，那个荷官直接上来让我掉了60万。
那是你，就是筹码多波动正常。
没毛病。你现在就好了，你现在就好了。
我看戏啊，我也剥削不了，对吧？抵抗很强烈的，现在也剥削不了，我就只能看戏了，有牌打牌了。
Chen's turn to pick up a monster off of 10 bigs. Ace King off suit. He will send the chips into the middle. Round to the big blind. Does he have a customer? It certainly doesn't look like it.
其实刚看完第一张就可以盖掉。
等会说吧。
你推多少
？21万左右。
掉一个，再3个。
27。
Potentially another opportunity for Zhang to continue the spin up here. Big double up a moment ago, up to 21 big blinds. Just now got the ace queen suited under the gun.
Ace Queen has taken the lead after opening, with Pan just calling behind with Jacks. His Jacks now in a fair amount of trouble.
Yeah, interesting to not see the 3-bet out of the Jacks. It's off a stack size that you can just pull the trigger and jam and keep things simple. Guess Pan a little concerned about being against an under-the-gun open.
Zhang has been very snug prior to this hand as well, so...
Yeah, it is true, but it also could have been mostly a function of her short stack. She's kind of had to just jam hands if she's been willing to play them. Second barrel coming out here. This 3 doesn't change a whole lot, you wouldn't think. It does improve Zhang to a gut shot. From Pan's perspective, it might be a little more likely that he's up against something like an ace-king type of hand that's double barreling with just that straight draw now. See, in this case, those jacks are in a bit of trouble. Jacks are somewhat high up in the range here. Pan decides he doesn't want to let it go just yet. Off to a river. Stack to pot ratio is getting pretty small now. What are we, like 0.6 or so? If there is a river bet, it will likely be for the whole stack. Seven of clubs. So any 6 makes a straight now. Hard to think of too many hands that get here containing one. I can only think of maybe a hand like 6-5 suited might be just about the only one. Pocket 6s, I suppose, could make sense. Question for Zhang is, can she get called by worse? Will she get paid off by a hand like King Queen, Queen Jack suited? Can she get called by a hand like Pocket Jacks?
时间牌会加吗？那个24个的时候跟3个 table 各加4，各加4个，24个人跟3个 table 会加几片？是加4个。所以等下。
It's a very interesting side she's gone for, yeah.
Well, look, this is a pretty good way to get called by those Queen Jack suited, Pocket Jack type of hands. Really small bet. Almost make it too good of a price for those hands to give it up.
我怎么会用这么多？被你打掉一张，被他打掉一张。我上周8张。这时间牌算给你。对。
And he passes. Disciplined fold from Pan. Getting an exceptionally good price on the river, but managing to see through it. And although it leaves him with 10 bigs, he's still in the tournament, so he's done well.
Yeah, that is a really easy river bet to just shrug, sigh, and put the chips in. So really good discipline from Pan. Got to be a little bit of frustration setting in after having such a good start at the beginning of our broadcast and just really everything going downhill since. But it's not gotten to him just yet. Able to make a great fold, able to keep himself alive in this game. That's pretty light. Maybe that frustration is setting in. This is not a hand you would typically jam 10 bigs with from the hijack. I mean, if you're on the button, you can think about it. Small blind, you can certainly put the pressure on, but there's still 4 players left to act behind you. The chance of running into something that can call 10 bigs is a little too high.
That might be it.
Yeah, King Jack suited can certainly run it for 10 bigs. Now, it is going to be Chen's entire stack to make this call, essentially. King Jack suited, you are going to be doing reasonably well against that 10 big blind shoving range, especially if it contains 10-9 offsuit.
I was just thinking that. If you know it's got 10-9 off, you're probably going to be calling the King Jack suited.
We do see the fold. Very close one. Pan is going to be let off the hook here. He's going to get that shove through. 50,000 chips heading his way.
这上厕所要不要卸？这个上厕所要卸掉吗？
不屑也没差。
3号风。
可以理解。
哗啦哗啦哗啦，挺大声的。要卸掉。
4号风。
Zhang tries to sneak the limp through, but George is not going to have it. 18 bigs and the ace-9 offsuit blind versus blind. You're happy to just take this pot down. Get his big blind obligation out of the way and maintain 20 big blinds.
各家小朋友们赛道内提供按摩服务，如有需要可以吩咐您身边的工作人员。
In addition of players in all tournaments, we do have massage therapists in the room. If you want a really, really good massage, please just raise your hand and the therapist will approach you. Don't let the long hours of playing and sitting down wear you out. Good massage can help. So just raise your hand and the therapist will approach your table. We're just walking around with one rope. So make sure you raise your hand.
Okay, for the KPTC Relay Super High Roller, finish the hand that you're on. You're 50 innings ready.
Down to 27 players, Corey. I do believe at 24 players we'll be seeing a a redraw or a table merge?
Yes, 8-handed tables. So yeah, once we do hit that 24, we'll be breaking it down to 3 tables.
Tournament leaders for the single league super high roller chip rates 500 chips. Once again, we'd like to remove.
Plan for today is to play down to our final 9, or play, I believe it's 10 levels total, but these guys started, I think they played maybe 2 levels before we joined. So it'd be something like 7 hours from now. I'd say it's a good shot that we hit the FT in that time. Ace-4 suited, going to be a pass for Chen there, and he's dodged a bullet here. Certainly could have pulled the trigger on that for 10 bigs from the hijack. But it would not have been getting past Zhang's pocket 8s. Queen, Jack off suit for George. $17 big blinds effective here. Suited variety of this hand can certainly be rejamming here. The offsuit variety doesn't quite have the equity. Over to an inferior pair in the big blind for Pan, and playing just 11 bigs to start the hand. It could all go in here against a cutoff open. Soon make a pretty light shove with the 10-9 offsuit just moments ago. Fortunately for Pan, he has decided to just start with a call here. Off to a flop we go. And it's all but over for Pan. He's just got running quads or a running straight to get him the win. But that board is scary enough that he shouldn't be able to get himself into too much trouble. Zhang's set of 8s. Well in the lead.
We just need to avoid a 5 on the turn, Corey. That's all we need. Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. That could change things all of a sudden. The pocket 5s have a bit of life. Also, the graphic for Pan's hole cards have changed. I don't know what's going on, Liam.
Yeah, I thought it was pocket 5s, but it's reading as a straight right now.
He didn't have 7-5 of clubs a moment ago.
Pre-flop, did he? Because we were under the impression he had pocket 5s, but he doesn't. He now has a straight.
Or does he?
Who knows, Corey?
I mean, if he has the straight, we're going to find out. I'm sure that all will become clear by the conclusion of the hand, but right now, Pan
Let's enjoy
could
the show.
have a pair of 5s, or he could have a straight.
I think he's got a straight, Corey.
stack to pot ratio of only about 0.5 going to the river. Zhang may or may not need a board pair. She doesn't get one. Pan is going to check either his pair of fives or his straight. Zhang is not going to be checking the set.
He's done exceptionally well to check the river here.
That snap call certainly doesn't look like a pair of fives.
这他没办法。
对，他两头摇转牌一定会出来啊。我不可能敲啊，这个牌和牌。
I really like the check on the river there from Pan.
Yeah, I mean the timing is incredible. I mean I guess it's not totally necessary. I mean it's not as if the set of eights was ever going to fold. But he's done it. Good job giving himself an opportunity to snap off any bluffs. And obviously, this particular hand, the chips were destined to find their way to his stack.
Big pots during this session, but we haven't seen too many of our players eliminated. But we've been calling lots of runouts, and not too much has been happening. So we've still got 27 on this feature table. Again, increase in the payout at 24. And of course, first prize today being just over 90,000 US dollars. Today's event, just about double the guarantee. As there is an extremely strong support for the poker scene in Korea.
Oh, 15.
Pan completes the small blind, and Cheng checks his option with ace-3. Pan at the moment with 8-9 does flop a gut shot, and he is going to start the betting. Can't imagine there's too much for Cheng to do other than just... well, who can say what he's going to do? Let's see what he does. There's a bet and a fold, so some vital chips for Pan there. Still 27 remaining in the field. 24, we will have a redraw and a short break. Pocket fives for Chen Mao under the gun. Bit of a decision for
Chen Mao
him.
picking
Just
up
10 big ones.
7-5 of clubs here. I mean, pocket five.
Extremely good from you. And he does let them go. So Jack 10 for George in the hijack will find the mark.
第一把敲到 seven deuce。
哇，今天整天在拿第一把，好羡慕。他说他第一次拿到 seven deuce。
但我前面掉马都是抓很大的牌掉马，都在圈圈勾勾。
就不知道拿几次。
打到第三都没有抓过一。
在那边的时候掉给那个老外，
还没有猜过来。
但我今天大牌确实抓挺多的，
中了大牌。
但是我 AA 那把完全没价值，没打好，我觉得是。有，但是没打好。
其实你如果正常打，他应该赢差不多的，然后就有关系。他应该赢差不多。
Ace deuce suited for Cheng here, playing just a little over 15 big blinds to start the hand. Jamming this is not completely unreasonable. Open raising, also a really good way to play it, but looks like he's going to make a committing raise here. Half the stack going in, making his intentions pretty clear, and no one picking up anything to really contest with.
KPC 单日超级好客赛倒计时1分钟，请参赛玩家回到座位上就坐。
Alright, we're seeing these super high order players, less than 1 minute. Alright, tournament leaders for the KPT single league super high order. With 2 or more players at the table, you will now be
Reasonable average stack still at this point in the tournament. I think the average across the 4 remaining tables is about 29 bigs. So these guys have a lot of room to maneuver, a lot of time up their sleeve. Certainly not any rush.
5,000 for the big blank and 5,000 for the big penalty. Sanchen Uchen, Ate Uchen, tournament players with block. Leaders,
调调非常好听，非常可爱。
输吧，很好抽。
This would be an adventurous move from Chang. He decides against it. Jack 10 of diamonds for Zhang. It's about 17 bigs effective here. Not an unreasonable jam. Make the hand a little easier to play. Just completely negate the positional disadvantage. But it's also a beautiful hand to take a flop with. Much easier to play out of position when your hand is as pretty as a Jack 10 of diamonds. Gut
Not much
shot
for Zhang
the
on
Jack
the flop,
10,
though.
but no.
It does connect with her opponent's range quite heavily, so it'll be interesting to see how much heat she can sustain with the gut shot.
Heat currently being kept to a minimum. Zhang going to turn that gut shot into a bluff here. One bullet's not going to be enough. Zhang will need to follow through with a river bet in order to take this pot down. The question, can she pull the trigger? A little bit over a pot size bet left behind. She's going to give up. I think the turn bet here with the Jack 10 of diamonds is mostly only good if you're willing to follow through on the river, especially when that heart comes in. Seems like the perfect opportunity to continue to tell the story. When our opponent checks back this ace-king 9 flop, it's almost always going to be showdown value. The complete whiffs are just going to try and rep the ace with a C-bet and try and take the pot down immediately. So the check actually often looks stronger than a C-bet on a flop like this. I think if our plan is to try and get our opponent to fold, we need to know that we're trying to get them to fold something like a king.
接的
不是形象场，那是鱼。
我的意思是我这他没有牌可能扣啊。关键不多啊。
刚不是20？
没有，没有20几，没有，现在盲注，我30万。
差不多15。
15个 BB 他不盖的呀。
我盖真盖。你这个我要盖，这个是要盖，
比较多东西会扣。
Introducing Big Two of WPT Prime Korea with the Jerome and the South.
真不喜欢10K 了。小王那么少，10KO 也要开，他推了你扣不扣？还是要扣，又送。
King 5 suited. This is definitely a missed opportunity to go ahead and jam, but it's a well-timed missed opportunity.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
In the small blind. 8 bigs on the button. King 5 suited is a beautiful hand to pull the trigger on, typically speaking, but we've got all 4 of the kings represented here, and George has fallen for the trap. Beautiful limp with the kings from Zhang. George has stepped right in it, and he is drawing as close to dead as you can possibly be pre-flop. 4% equity. Liam, that's pretty bad.
It's a tough spot.
就应该了，就应该了。GG。
24大波。
You reckon the table's going to give George a hard time about this one?
Drawing dead, GG, is what the table were commentating during the hand. So I think I have a feeling George has not made too many friends in this feature.
我们可以下去了吗？
我感觉是要不要直接先收？
那我们可以下去吗？要抽完了才能下去。抽完如果
Stranger things have happened, Corey. 3.5 bigs becomes 70 real quick.
要这样放吗？
但他把勾勾丢了，真过分。
对他把勾勾丢了，真的过分啊！
我是觉得他勾要自己推的。
对啊。
All right, boys and girls, we're back.
那勾勾自己
We
推
had
就
a
好了
quick
嘛。
10-minute break there, just as we balanced the tables. We had a redraw for our final 24 players. We're going to get straight back into the action. George, after falling for Zhang's trap just before the break, was left pretty short. But he's picked up the ace-king here off 4 big blinds, and he's got some action. Could be the opportunity he needs to get himself back in this game.
算我吗？好，不算就不算吧。哇哦！为什么不能让我拿一个这个牌子？
都没有草花。
哎呀，我5、6还带个草花。
Flop pretty clean so far. Turn, it doesn't actually change anything, and the queen repeat is good news for George. He gets himself back to 10 bigs. Meng Chen takes a small hit there with the ace jack, but still playing over 1.1 million. He's brought a very healthy stack to this feature table. Very clear chip lead for Meng Chen.
Corey,
Liam,
did you know that I believe Ren Lin is still in the field with about 400,000?
Right, so he's well and truly still in this game. Hopefully we can have him make his way to our feature table at some point. Ren Lin, I believe, won the WPT Championship, like last year or the year before.
I think so. And you might not be familiar, but Tony Lin is what he's known by. So he's very, very, very well known. I'm excited. Let's get him on here. Let's make some calls.
I think so. Let's see if we can pull some strings. We know some people, or at least one person. George finding himself in trouble here. He got himself back into this game just last hand with the ace-king versus the ace-jack, and now needs to find a queen or running hearts in order to continue the recovery, and he's found the queen of diamonds.
I mean,
it
he's
will
back in it.
hold. Just like that, back-to-back doubles, and he's gone from 80k to 450.
double 一下，舒舒服服。
比你们 AK 咋打？不推吗？
推完哭泣呗。
I'm not all in. 3.5 BB 翻到20 BB 只需要2把牌。哎，我也是三个 BB 只需要2把牌。1个 BB。
1个 BB。
打过 DD 也知道，到 FT4大家都是几个。
对啊，是的。
全是这个。
GG 10几个 BB 算很多了。
然后经常那种万人赛，大家在 FT2 推到是3个 BB、2个 BB、1.5个 BB， 哦哟，然后一到 FT 回调变成20 BB。
对啊，主要就是等回调，就是主要等那个FT 回调。
Ace-10 suited here for Liang, and he's going to get the good news. He's been jammed on by a short stack who he has dominated.
Just one big blind for the short stack.
Lee going to get out of the way with the Queen Jack. George in the big blind, considering his options. It's not unreasonable to just flick in the extra one big blind here. With the all-in player, the main pot is locked, so there's not all that much incentive for your opponent to bluff you out or deny your equity, which means that your Jack-8's going to get to showdown just that little bit more often when it is the winner. And it's a beautiful flop for George. He's found the top pair, and it's a pretty difficult board for anyone to have anything a whole lot better. Probably best to just start with a check here, but he might be considering putting in a bit of a donk lead for a bit of equity denial himself, try and fold out some 2 overcard hands, exactly like Liang has here with the Ace-10. Small bet of 30,000. Very awkward with Ace-10 of clubs here. Again, keeping in mind that there's not a whole lot of incentive to be trying to bluff your opponents out of pots, given that in order to win the majority of the chips in here, you need to beat the all-in player at showdown regardless. I think it was only about 40,000 in the side pot.
比赛就这样，单场比赛都是运气。
那个人是88，还有一个人是88，小。
突然掉了个8。可以摘了。飞进。坚持就是希望。
Wow, this is not what I was expecting. Raised to 80,000. I mean, this looks very strong. Now, this raise is only effective when, specifically, you're ahead of the all-in player and behind the player that's not all in, and you think they can fold a hand better than Ace-10 of clubs. So we're talking a pretty specific set of circumstances here. You're generally not going to expect your opponent to be making a move like that from George's perspective, and so he's going to be a little bit shocked to see what he was actually up against here. A pair of eights was good.
8K， 哇，幸亏9K， 谢谢你保护我。9K，
Oh, and it doesn't matter anyway. Ace of hearts on the turn. That Jack-8 was no good by the river. 7 of clubs will improve the Ace-10 to a full house. And Liang will find himself the elimination. Down to 23 players now.
我是566。
对。哇塞，白送你一个筹码，只会有一家 Coney。
What's up, guys? Welcome back. This is the Jeju Poker Festival 2025 WPT Prime Korea event. I am Corey Van Jay, and me and my pal Liam Murray are going to bring you guys all the action as we play this one down to a final table. Welcome back, Liam. Liam must be finishing his lunch. Well, in the meantime, let's see how Meng Chen. Oh, he's here. He's here.
It's very tough, Corey. When you have a toddler, anytime you exit the room, you have to be strategic. So I had to wait till he looked at something on the TV, and then I could actually leave. So I do apologise, but I'm back.
That's all right. We're glad you're here. We've got a potential spot developing. Lee with the ace-9 facing the early position open. He's only playing 2.5 bigs. Be a good spot to get it in. He's played a tank card. A whole lot of dead money out there. If you do get it in here, the pot's going to be almost 200k. Essentially getting over 2 to 1 on your money if you can get it in against just the under the gun opener. He is going to run it here, and he's going to start with a call. Interesting. I mean, I guess it's the same thing. A jam wouldn't reopen the action, so it would honestly make virtually zero difference. Yang in the big blind with the 7-5 offsuit, considering whether he can make the call for the additional 1 big blind. Similar to a spot before we had with George and his Jack-8. If you make the call here, the main pot is locked. Makes it a little bit easier to realize your equity when no one has a good reason to bluff you out of the pot. Besides the 7-5, it's just not quite good enough. So this is essentially a pre-flop all-in. We will start with the flop action as a bit of a formality. Both players whiffing. The ace-9 is still in the lead. Chen going to announce the all-in. Oh, and we see the tank cards all deployed first. Is there a looming pay jump, I guess, is the question.
Let me have a quick look. No, I don't think so. At 21, but not really anything before then.
Right, so you would need 2 people to bust before putting his last chips in to get the pay jump. So, I mean, I guess he's got the tank cards. I understand using them. You guys in the chat think he's going to call? Should we start a poll? 1 for call, 2 for also call.
也不一定啊。
哦。
好的呀，我秀一个。
好的，那我留2张回来。万一这1分钟苟一个前圈，是不是苟一个慢将？感觉苟不太来。如果一个人还能苟。下面全长嘛。对，我刚刚扫了一眼，全是长，很难。短码全在我们这，我们仨。
你稍微多2张没关系，万一下面人家哭了。
Lay deep in the tank here.
谢谢大家理解。
哎，这正常，打到这个阶段正常。在线上也拖时间啊，一样的。
对呀。
都理解，无所谓的。
先1张吧，1张我也觉得够。
Tanks like this do make a little bit more sense when we are playing shallower. If this was a turbo, I would be all for spending all the tank cards here. I just don't think it's necessary when we need 2 people to bust, and the average stack in the tournament is like nearly 30 bigs.
No, you don't understand anything. Okay.
also important to still have some if he does happen to double up, because I can't imagine he's folding. You don't want to burn all of your time banks.
Yeah, I have actually. I've made the mistake in the past of using all my tank
还有多久？还
cards
有2张卡
on
是
a
吧？
bubble, waiting for the other guy to bust when he just had more time than me. And so what ended up happening was just we both spend all our time. I'm forced all in first anyway. I managed to get the double, and then I screw something up later on because I'd spent all my time banks in a spot where I actually didn't need to.
The ChatGPT, whatever.
Yeah. 我彩色吧，开玩笑。
We do see the call.
那个奥斯。
哇塞，9也不行。
9是。
Shannon does have quite a number out
不要
there.
发10根勾啊！
对，你不可以9。
我不要发90勾啊！
避开就可以。
对啊，只要避开就好了。
让他9变成我的奥斯。对。好，转盘很好。
发个2。
还要我57。
我的 A9。耶！被我喊到了，我是要发个2。
哎，他揪你了，他揪你了。
The Ace 9 does double. It looked like Lee did hold on to a couple of those tank cards as well, so.
又活过来。
Spent the time, saw no one was busting, decided let's just run it.
还可以稍微等。
上头了，已经跑出2个马了。没事，家大业大。
家大业大。Hello， 活过来了，兄弟们。
你看兄弟多好，从来不骗人。你要给一些不诚实人的，给他秀个骰子把出来。
是的呀，那就很恶心啦。毕竟我们昨天打了一晚上。
对呀。
饭点好了吗？点好了。
嗯。不来嘛，那么好的朋友，不来嘛我。
赢我赢。
George not going to speculate with the 8-7 off from the button. Round 2, Liang with the Jack 5 offsuit and small. Starting this hand with about 18 big blinds effective. Glance, it looks like playing the big blind, very similar stack. And that's not a limp, and it's certainly not a fold. Going to turn this Jack 5 into a bluff and try and steal this pot away. Xi Zhang with the 10-3 offsuit does not have anything he can contend with. Up to $500,000 for Liang.
这个比赛买上来才1个绿色加
一个红色是吗？我。
Pocket 4s off 8 big blinds.
Yeah, when you're this short, any pair will probably do the trick. He's going to leave himself one chip behind, so he is conscious that pay jump. Going to fold around to the blinds.
说不定他要我扣啊，对啊，所以我说不好意思。
对，thank you。
业的机会来了。
Wow, you're going to see a three-way pot, surely, Corey.
Yeah, I mean, this ace queen suited's just gotta run it, in my opinion. I mean, this is a jam for. I mean, the first jam is for 8 bigs. The second jam is for nearly 16. Also, considering that the second jam is coming from the small blind with just the one player behind, it can be a little bit lighter. Ace queen suited, we can see, got the small blind dominated in this case, and I think it's going to be the case reasonably often that you've got at least one of the two players crushed. And yep, you've called it correctly, Liam. We have a three-way all-in here, and we are going to see all of the cards in just 2 time banks worth of time.
只能 good luck。
说搓牌就搓到啦，
真的就搓到了怎么办？而且是一个蛮纠结，两家对手。
Lee is the shortest of the players in this hand, so if he is eliminated, he will be the first eliminated for the sake of the payouts. So he is still going to need 2 players eliminated on one of our other 2 tables in order for him to secure that pay jump. But as it stands, he has a pair against just 3 overcards.
Pretty good spot.
It's actually a reasonably good spot for the pocket fours. He makes the call, holds on to 1 time back chip, sees that there's not going to be the utter chaos needed on the outer tables. And we have a 3-way all-in on our hands.
我跟他是哭了，
哇，这个运气！
先看到一个皮蛋一搓，哎呦，一根针，
至少不会输了这个牌。
是，所以我要点，
20万，
所以我点进他那边买的。我刚刚看以为还是1万2万啊，现在已经2万5。哇！
哇！吃太多了，
你们都有机会。
哇！发个4，
那吃花。哇！
我全带走。
全带走。
我还有4，
你还有
太有奥次啊！太有奥次。
Corey, that is. Oh wow!
哇，BB 了。
What an insane run out! Yeah. Fours are holding on the flop but have to fade the world. The queen comes in on the turn to kill a little bit of life. But the 10 of diamonds, the open-ended straight draw, is going to sneak in. Lee will not get his pay jump that he fought so valiantly for. Meng Chi Chen is going to lose a substantial chunk of his stack. But just like that, Shizang will find himself a huge double up with some change, playing just under 1 million chips now.
他什么？他44。
他44。
发个10以上都可以。
算一下，现在刚刚100万，刚刚上来我上桌时候120万接近，现在我就50万。
带走2家。
对啊，本来带走2家，马量变成150万，现在完了，现在
已经到 money jump 了。
现在彻底歇菜了。
现在多少了？
现在还有60万。
够啊。哎，均码70了。
很多，60很多啊。
对，还20多个 BB， 够了。够了。没有。
够用。
A 勾盖了吗？A 勾盖吗
？A 勾。
O 肯定盖了。
不是，我如果是看到我刚刚才注意到这个盲注级别，如果这个盲注级别我 A 勾应该还是会考，因为它小盲还是会推比较快一点的范围。
但是主要是你筹码多，
抛出2次，还有
你筹码少一点就不去了。
因为他是短码，他那边就相当于跟我大小码，我觉得他会推的稍微快一点，没有特别紧，不会推特别紧。
这个你牌太强了。
A 圈数肯定不用抢 ，A 勾 O 差不多吧，但 A 10打色要这样想。
你2个花中 Q 还可以输。
没事，昨天我是白比了别人 AA， 所以今天别人白比我也很正常。
4 bigs, he's decided to just send it. We've seen him be real snug off around the 10 big blind mark, but here, knowing that he's about to put half his stack in the big blind at ante, looks like he's a little bit more willing to take that risk. Over to Yang, he's facing a 4 big blind shove in the cutoff with a pair of 3s. You'd think he'd be doing reasonably well against the under the guns shoving range. Obviously won't be crushing it. hard to be crushing anything with pocket threes. The concern for Liang is just that there's still 3 players behind him capable of waking up with a hand. It's going to cost you 20% of your stack to make the call. Pretty big risk to jam for the isolation. Might be a spot where you just have to make the sad but tight fold, and I think this is good discipline here from Liang with the threes. Round to the blinds now.
哎呀，我的天哪！
Over to the big blind, and Mary Chen is going to get this one through. Surely Zhang can't call a hand this week, even though it is very cheap. I mean, the price is great, but you literally have the 2 worst cards in the game.
现在是多少啊
？15000、2万5。
2 jacks is probably the worst 2 cards in the game, Corey, but
这牌不扣了，多了一个，
我该收对给你哦，
多了一个，
该收对给你，
少一个我扣了。
getting a jam through with 7 high from under the gun, 6-handed is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's a huge result.
少一个我就不看了。不，跟你的 BP 太多有关系。你少一个我不看了，不管是什么。
现在是25000。
对。
还人物啊？
现在是21吗？
就是看不见。
应该是。我们要等一下是吧？
还几个人呢？
就是的。
21。
来了，拆了我下家了。你又回来了。
又上了，我不想上。
你大吗？
啊，我大吗？
我把你这个换那个。
你大概80万左右是吧？72。 多少？差不多。要换吗？50。
重新创业。
不怕。
张弛现在多少啊？100万有没有？90。100多一点。我刚刚收下来有170了。
我刚输了一个90万的 pot。
收下来有170。
前面。我吃90万。我70趴。你这个跑马赢了，这个桌子被你打烂了，我操！
那也没有嘞，要运气的这个东西。
你马量一压太高了。
Yang was forced to fold the threes a moment ago, facing the under the gun for big blind jam, but this time, as the early position player himself and facing no action, he is going to open them up. Folded around to pan in the small blind now. Queen Jack off suit. His hand plays much better against late position opens. Obviously doing well against the threes, but you expect to see plenty of other strong hands, typically out of the early position opens. Chen is going to find another chance to jam his short stack in here. Now he'll face the jam with the threes against Chen for a second time, but this time he's probably committed to putting the chips in. See a time bank deployed here. Suspect this is mostly to do with that pay jump. One away from the top 20. There is a small bump to the payout if you can make it just one player further.
Probably feels insignificant to just make an extra. What is it? It's an extra. Extra $600, but when you're playing a lot of poker, each pay jump is so crucial because poker is a long game, and an extra half a buy-in is well worth the consideration.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you consider that in order to secure it, all you need to do is perhaps sit there for a minute. If you told me I could sit there for a minute and get an extra $600, I would sit very, very patiently for that entire minute.
I've seen you sit more patiently for less money, Corey, so...
Now, one way that you can go about this that's a little bit more efficient is you can raise, leave a chip behind, and basically just see if they fold. I imagine off this stack size, it's probably just not relevant. As you know you're getting called.
125? 145.
But generally speaking, it feels really silly to spend all your time banks to try and secure that pay jump, jam, and then they snap fold, and turns out that you didn't need to use all of your time banks. And it's going to be a fair fight, Liam. Ace King plays threes. Chen needs this one to get himself back in the game.
Oh, extra outs for Chen now, adding a 7. Now adding an 8 as well. Deuce will not do it. Pocket 3s will eliminate Chen Mao in 21st position. A valiant effort. Probably right now going to be a little frustrated, but a good run all the same.
Nice pick up there for Liang. He's able to win the flip. We proceed to the top 20. That pay jump is now secured for all remaining players.
所以现在已经有 pay jump。
现在多少人啊？裁判到底20是吧？
好像有。
你们上面还没改啊？
我们已经有 pay jump 吗？
已经有了，已经有了。
Down to 20, which does see that pay jump kick in. All of our remaining field are guaranteed $3,830, with another jump coming in 16th place.
345?
Sorry?
345?
Yeah. Oh, 320.
345.
345. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. Yeah, the stacks of 5.
No problem.
Yeah.
Don't want you to make the wrong shot. You're too deep.
Actually, plenty in, it's shallow enough.
Yeah, everyone's shallow. So.
Jack 9 suited for Chen. A7 suited for Zhang behind.
Dominating clubs, but against the early position raise, it can be a little bit concerning to play such a weak ace, and she will just get out of the way. Looks like Chen's going to just get this one through.
盖着盖着盖着，9个红色，肯定盖了。
白可好，就这样想想算了。
可以圈这种吗？
我 A 都盖了。
有。我们再掉4个人，是不是又要重新抽走位置？嗯。
Blind versus blind battle going the way of Zhang this time. Flop certainly more favourable for him with that gut shot, and he will bet it and take it down immediately. Zhang playing a 7-figure stack now. Average stack at this point in the tournament across all tables is around about 750,000, I believe. So we would have one of the shallower of the remaining tables in the tournament. $13 bigs for George. He's going to just go ahead and open jam the cutoff here with the ace-queen. All the way around to the big blind. Doesn't look like Chen is going to be a customer. That'll be an easy raise and take it. George back to 400k.
转台的玩家帮着坐位，比赛即将开始。
Meng Chi Chen with a big rejam here. This is 26 big blinds. We don't see jams this big very often, but small blind burst button specifically does make a bit of sense. Now our opponent's going to be opening very wide. Chance of getting this shoved through is quite high. A hand like pocket fives really benefits from equity denial against hands like Queen 9 offsuit, 8-7 suited, Ace 6 off. A lot of these 2 overcard type hands that we would love to just push out of the pot. And then, of course, when we do get called by a good portion of the calling range, Ace Jacks, King Queen suited, Ace Kings, etc., we at least get to flip a coin for it.
这牌要3B，在等你，我跟自杀一样。
没有3B，这牌只有 full 和 all in。full
和 all in 就 full，但我觉得这个位置肯定还是 all in 更赚一点。虽然这个阶段有点
被滴答就完了。
对，被滴答就只能希望他是 AK。但也没办法，我要假设真是 A 圈，我贴出去被滴答，我也很难受的感觉。总之被滴答都不是一个好事。是不是翻硬币啊？
你不是说你是守对吗？人家都秀了张 A 啊。
他可以 A5 呀。
啊。
A5 就不是啊，对不对？
你拿了2个，人家
他 A5，他说要4B all in 嘛 ，A5 就是4B all in 的组合，对吧？我分析也可以。就是因为推得多才能推掉。
那我这里88呀，88加。
那撞上没办法。A 圈是不是？但是88撞上这种没办法，撞上就给你了，撞上就给你，撞上真的只能给你。
边缘的 A9、A10就不想跟你赛，没必要。
So I'm going to pick one up blind versus blind there.
A 圈也可以吗
？A 圈他扣的。
我说你。
我 A 圈有
A 圈扣啦。
他 A 圈扣的。
A 圈 O 扣吗？
逻辑是一样的，
它很多啊，它 AK 也可以啊。
但我 A 勾也可以，本质上。
对，就是都可以。
那我要 A 圈撞 AK 呢，能认了，对吧？还是这句话
一样的，就跟我一样。他说他88，我说55撞88，我也认，对吧？这是冤家牌了，就发成这样的话，那也没办法。那天要亡我。我推出去那个，我就想，我不会所有马良都要送给这样11个人吧？是吧？
这有时候在桌上就是这样。
这太他妈戏剧性了，感觉。
这反正跑也跑不过一个人，来
对啊，
那牌有时候就是。
Great spot for George to pull the trigger on a rejam here. About 15 effective, and just as I was saying before, those button opens, they're going to be plenty wide. A lot of hands just like this Queen 8 suited that are going to be opening, trying to take down the blinds and antes, and just cannot stand up to the aggression of a rejam. Well identified by George, and he will take that one down. Chen Xu Sang will have to relinquish the Queen 8 suited, take a small hit there. Still playing just over 15 big blinds. And the sexy boys make a return once again. Meng Chi Chen going to go for the min raise here in the hijack. And yet to fold the King 7 offsuit. Perhaps some devious intentions going through his mind. Any move here would be ill-timed. Another offsuit king hits the muck from George over to Liang in the big blind, and I would say that the offsuit
We'll see a raise.
will probably be heading into the muck as well.
No, it'll be a raise, Corey.
You reckon?
Yep.
Low frequency 3-bet?
Yep, 3-bet to 240k.
So close.
Oh my god, I'm wrong again.
I really thought you had that one.
My reads are so bad.
没有遭遇过任何抵抗，
说明我的牌就很强，阻挡了所有的。
说明大家都没有牌，
这也是其中一
只说明这个。
Pace of play today has been pretty quick, Corey. We're closing in on 2 tables, and I believe we will probably see our final table definitely tonight, I would imagine.
I mean, it definitely appears that way. And the idea is to play until the end of level 27. I don't know that we've got another 5 hours of play without losing 11 players. These guys have been happily getting in there and battling. We've seen just about all the players so far at some point getting in there and speculating a little bit. They're not shy about making the jams. They're not shy about making the calls. So, yeah, I'd say the chance that we secure our final 9 this evening is pretty high. Queen 8 suited for Pan here in the cutoff. George has picked up an ace off sub 20 bigs, but that kicker could be a real problem. He will let it go. Young with an ace and a slightly more favourable kicker in the small blind. 22 big blinds is his stack.
Nice squeeze spot.
Yeah, I mean, if this is against the button, it's a really happy jam. Against the cutoff, still probably just enough to go for it. We've got that pay jump secured already. We're still quite away from any more really meaningful pay jumps, so just trying to accumulate chips at this point starts becoming the focus. Ace 10 would be a really happy rejam here.
Whenever I have these moments in-game, I always feel like I have a devil or an angel on my shoulder. And the devil wants to jam, for sure. Wow, looks like we've got... Yeah, I like it. Maybe not enough, though. I think he's raised to 140, 130. Maybe not enough out of position. But I like the idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we certainly... generally speaking, want to go a little bit bigger from out of position because our opponent's just so incentivized to call and play in position against us. We see Pan here as getting almost 3-1 on a call here. He gets to play the hand in position. Probably got one of the weaker hands he would open from the cutoff, and so he might just let this one go, but we're much more often going to see him with a hand like Queen 10 suited, a hand like King 10 suited. Maybe a hand like an Ace Jack offsuit. A lot of hands that are going to be not thrilled to get 3-bet, but not going to be folding for an extra 80,000. But fortunately, this time, you do see it is the bottom of a range, and that 3-bet will sneak through.
这个牌在向腰直接推还是3B比较好？
这么大。
已经不再想着其他的，只是想着怎么打光。
不能靠这个牌发不出来就不一定大。
发不出来就
就不一定大了。
嗯，
不是，我不要看3个人发，我没有位置，怎么可能？牌也没有那么大。
Ace King
啊
，Ace King
是发不出来不一定大，就只能这样子说。
OK，Ace King Plus，OK，大概就这样，只能这样子。
说你们这边太聪明了，我跟你们说东西你们。
没有，你都只想打光，又不想看 flop，那只能是 Ace King Plus 了。
Are they giving George a hard time again?
I think so. Poor George.
He's been up against it, huh?
Can't do anything right. I think we need to see George double so that he can fight back with a little bit of banter of his own.
I mean, he's already done it once. He got those back-to-back doubles just as we came back to our final 3 tables, so no reason it can't happen again. Minchu Chen, maybe with some devious intentions here. 26 bigs effective against a button open. Three bet to 150k, and these pocket sevens make a great 4-bet jam facing this action.
Quickly gets slammed on.
有看一下吗？
我不用看，
我要看。
那你给他看看。
Very easily gets that one through. And that's a pretty big pickup. 190,000 chips added to the stack without having to take a flop. Certainly good for the cause.
A7还是 Sevens， 你都比我好了一点。77比我。
我还有一个7。
Down to 19。
那你不信我是吧？
我是不信你，我是真有7。
哇，那3个人这边有一个人在骗。哦，没有，总共4个7啊，这个还是有可能的。
你什么7码？
啊？
什么7码？
一个很漂亮，一个没有那么漂亮的7。
你知道你秀才的是什么7吗？
方块7吗？是方块吗？
不是红桃吗？
我就一个红的，一个黑的。
直播的，你们去看直播就完了。
发誓，如果我不是77，我是小狗，真的。
哎，
真的。
嗯。
虽然我属狗。
谁的狗啊？
谁的狗？Jack。又回到60万，哎，创业失败。3币拿下就80多万。
不要在我这想办法。
不是，我看你多少码，总共20多万。
他恨不得你在想办法。
20多万肯定不止，我起码有30多万。
那这把好像
可以够。
这把真的你想办法，喂。
我来想办法了。
Blind versus blind confrontation here. Open jam from Chen, and he's going to get that one through pretty easily. Chen Su Zhang, just the 9-4. Let's let that one go.
哎。 Carry me。
你刚刚77回头，你 A7会推我吗？
我是77。
啊，就如果你是 A7，
我不会推我干嘛我那么深啊？
就我意思，如果你是 A7， 我3币之后你还会推
我这个麻将我没有推牌的，因为你太深了。
那你就4币 bluff 我了，等一下。
没有。你说刚才那个
啊？如果我随便你是 Ace King，
我是一个大的 Ace。
对啊
，Ace 大。因为不中。
他好像没有听懂你在说。
没有，我说的是就是你在 button open， 你刚刚不是77 4币 all in 我吗？哦。就如果我说你是这个牌不是77是 A7的话
，A7，那我要看我要不要付回去。那就不是 value 的，就是杂胡啊。
OK，
是吧？77还是
value？Maybe。
A7 off 是杂胡。
我
Another late position battle here. Gut shot for Pan. Ace High still maintaining the lead.
Button versus big blind. Not much happening for the buttons range either. That doesn't seem to matter though.
Small bet here, 35k. And this 9-8 actually makes a pretty neat check raising hand. Giving this a lot of thought. At this point, it might be too late to check raise.
9万，9万。
Is that a fold?
Looks
That's
like
a very
it.
snug fold. Wait. Oh, no, okay. It looks like check raise and snap fold from Chen. And that's why he's given the cards back. Check raise, made it through. And he snap gave his cards back because he already won. That makes more sense.
错了有点犯罪。
你也很大，翻后很大。
翻后肯定是说翻后啊，翻前有大牌我还能 fold。这个面跟他没关系了。
Jensu Zhang pulling the trigger. 13 bigs. And it's all the way through.
还是 all in 最有效。
也没路走啦，只能 all 啦，太少了。
All the way around to the blinds once again. George in the small, first to have his say. Reasonably good hand to just limp in, and he will try and score himself a cheap flop.
Bad
I
news
suspect
though.
he will not be obliged. Just 3 big blinds, and this might be suspiciously small. Now, we did see George fall for a trap against Zhang earlier when she limped the King's blind versus blind. He's not being able to sniff this one out just yet. See if the flop is going to get him in trouble. It is a gut shot.
Hard to hit a gut shot when your opponent's got two of them, though, Corey.
Certainly is. And even worse with a board pair. Gonna check through. Ace of clubs on the river, and if George decides to try and bluff this, there's a reasonable chance he can get it through. Decides against it. He might suspect he has a sliver of showdown value with his jack high, but I imagine that he's probably going to be up against either the pair of aces or some kind of pocket pair that's just played it slow. Almost 100% of the time here.
Worst flop ever.
Yeah, if it's not an ace, it's a hand like pocket eights or something like that. So, yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't know. Damned if you do, damned if you don't for George there.
Essentially, yeah.
Did you hear what his opponent just said? You should turn your hand into a bluff. Oh, they are really giving it to George, and he's done absolutely nothing to deserve it. It's been incredible.
Liam, I'm starting to feel sorry for the guy. Across our 3 days of commentary so far, the only times we've heard anyone speaking English is Jordan on the intro, people cussing about how much they dislike ICM, and people roasting George. That's all we've heard.
Yeah.
In roughly 30 minutes time, there will be a dinner break, 60-minute dinner break. We will invite all super high roller players to the restaurant behind you in Shanghai Fund for complimentary dinner at roughly 6:30. There will be a 15-minute break and invite all players for complimentary dinner in Shanghai Fund. Thank you. 所有 single day 还有 super high roller 的玩家，我们稍后在第10级别结束后，会有一个60分钟的休息时间，会邀请各位到上海滩用餐。好，邀请所有的玩家到上海滩用餐，所以大概在第10级别6点30分左右会休息60分钟，请各位到上海滩用餐，谢谢。
再叫一个人拆桌，17人。
哦，对。
Bad timing for George again, unfortunately. He's going to run into it.
真的打得我都困了。再叫一个16，哦对哦。
Yeah, and not only has he run into it, but he's run into it twice. I mean, we see the fives get out of the way, but that's the majority of George's outs.
Yeah. But I have a feeling our boy George is going to... boy George. Wow, I did that unintentionally. I have a feeling he's going to make a straight. I've just got one of those feelings, Corey. It smells like a straight to me.
I mean, the guy deserves a break.
He really does.
而且拍很强。
这个位置他什么牌，他的 K 还都要推的。K6出。啊？你看看嘛，等一下，我猜的。
这里没有气不绿了呀。
哦，他还在想。哦，他在等哦，有 money 场。
没有弃牌的。
来，往你下不来。
他在想那个。
他该配我 OK 了，没问题的。
没问题，打这个阶段没什么。
我说这个就 OK 了，没事，我不贪心了。
Oh, I see what's happening. I was wondering why it's taking so long, but
有牌啊。
Is it 16th gets a pay jump or 15th gets a pay jump?
16th place gets $4,580. So George needs 2 players to bust before that.
哇，你这个怎么那么多啊？ 一张没用啊。
I suppose we've seen crazier things.
Time leader
应该是昨天84
对，84
16
加起来，对，84
Sorry
16。
I have a good hand, obviously.
人家打线上比较多吧，线下比较少。
对，线上比较少。我第一次打 C， 我第一次2017年第一次打 CBG， 就第一次打国内线下就是跟你一桌。
是吗？
我们两个还有王坤那一次。
17年。
17年。
那我记不住了，太久了。我 CBG
那时候你还是在蜗牛工作的。
哦，那会儿那很早了。
对，很早，2017年。
如果你有这个我们。
啊，那时候你很喜欢玩。
Well, we actually did see a player bow out, Corey. So we've lost one.
现在没有那
Oh boy, we might see the
lose two
cards going.
可能我都直接 fold 了。
Hard to lose two.
6、7、8、9。
Yeah, I mean, we've got 2 other tables out in the field. One of them's obviously just completed an all-in, so they'll be starting a new hand now. So he needs the other table to lose someone on this hand
as well.
我记得他好像是死活不相信我是偷他，他觉得我那个牌好像。
Yeah, that might be a bit of an ask.
桌上我就不会骗你了。
对，我知道，但是这个牌你要干嘛？
交。
啊？chop。Or maybe take back. Take back 50.
那对。
你是55。
Offering a rebate, they want to kick Georgia.
Yeah, offering a buyout.
小王不去你包上的呀，这个。
你这么对着。
他1对5。
Big one folding pocket fives. He'd probably take that at this
小王他
point.
这个多筹码推出来了。
Yeah, I mean, 5s against these 2 hands is pretty good shape.
Yes, pocket 5s, he said.
Just a little bit of salt in the wound.
Yeah.
It wasn't a straight, but it was close.
GG to George, he will be our 17th place finisher, and that does bring me down to 16.
他 A5也不可能 fold 了 ，A5 修嘛。
我意思说，假如说他没有他
Big
A5
draw
的话，
for our final 2
他这么
tables.
深，他如果做个
Which means
raise，
they're probably going to send us on
他这样来说就退
a break while they sort that out.
他好多的呢嘛。
原到55到
多 BB，
我说小王
小王也就
Okay, it's going to be about
20 BB 嘛，差不多。
2 minutes to reset these tables. We're not going to go on a commercial break, but if you do want to quickly run to the bathroom, go and get some water, whatever it is, then take this opportunity while they reset the tables.
是不是可以抽桌了？快点，不要让我在这里坐了，太难受了。
干嘛？还要打吗？还要打吗？
是 break 吗？不是 break 吗
5个人怎么打？16个人肯定不打。
要分桌了，拆桌了，瑞桌的这波。
我操！
哎，拆上来根本就不是下去。
哎呀，太讨厌了！
天哪！还有1个小时，太煎熬了。
搞了半天，我也重新拆桌了，现在重新换桌，让我不要搞个大毛。哇，这现在还要当大毛。
1、2、3，这边多个位置。
这是5号。
这是5号。
这是5号，对。
啊？我一直招呼他们，我一直没牌，我就是他们不起来，他们不敢打。
有头号状况。
哦，那没办法。
这个要带吗
？888。没事，我帮你赚钱。我130现在。
这个是我的吗？
这样还是他的，对。
那个 Tony 你还在吗？
我想要。
妈多少？
你看一下他的再说我的。
那个离我太远了，我抢不到。
但是我们俩一个串做了一下午。
总共1500万的马量了，差不多，你有300万，差不多，已经是 OK。我宣布你第5名了，好不好？然后你这个马量可以移交一下。
陈老师以 SM 的理解，我现在值多少钱？
你至少是第5名起步嘛，我说了，第5名的马量嘛。
这最少值个600万。
back into the action after our table balance. 16 players remaining. We will play down to a final table of 9 tonight.
对我6，下面就4个是吧？对对对，6 300 303不到100。
30,000 people in landing. 15, 30, 30 for the next end.
哎呀，就这把，哎呀，能吗？我这么紧的人，我刚刚都已经跑马跑出来了。
万一 AA， 我不在。
I both didn't understand a single word of that and understood every word. How about you, Lee?
Yeah. Corey, all I can understand right now is we have a chip leader who has 131 bigs.
Yeah, it's starting to make sense why our table big blind average was so much shorter than what we were expecting. Because someone has all of the chips in the tournament on one of the other tables.
Yeah.
3.3 million?
It's a lot of chips, 131 bigs. Corey, most tournaments you and I enter, we don't start with that many chips.
Nope.
20多 BB 啊，小队长你直接推了吧？
小孙，我要跟 CL 交朋友啊！
你真拿小队长你也跑掉了，
小孙
跑掉了。
好，我们交朋友好吧？
本来就是朋友嘛。
Peace， 不要打我。
我以为你说交朋友是让他送你一点。
我也这么理解的，我都没敢答应一开始。
所以我们现在只有15个人嘛。15个人，
应该蛮快的。
好有钱的，第一次打线下开哨子可以有几百万的，
是吧？
没来过韩国，第一次来。
体验怎么样？
体验反正比越南差一点点，越南是几千万的开哨的。越南之前好多，之前去打过一次 APT， 然后那个主赛打第4天取消了。
就是中途 SM 那个吗？
对，
是 SM 那个我也在。
虽然我没挺到这次，但我感觉挺蠢的。政府眼红了，感觉就是不让
有人点，
对，
你就可以理解为中国都有人点了。
Young, after taking down that pot to eliminate George and picking up the extra dead money from those pocket 5s, has actually propelled him into a pretty commanding spot over the majority of the table. But a pretty significant
这么多人 ，SM 能协议出来这么多钱吗？他？
然后他问题，他那个比赛本来有100多场比赛，然后取消掉了50场左右，差不多。然后会议厅不够大，在河内。再说人越南玩家池是，我没有见过那么好的玩家池。
那个open 一下 call 3加100个 BB， 那大哥27就推出来，真的，一点都不夸张。就是不用过脑子，就是在那儿打牌不用过脑子，就你不需要带脑子，就是坐那儿就行，然后看着自己的牌稍微紧一点就行。那你说天天拿超队被27逼掉，那没办法，那谁也没办法。反正就这么个玩家，就是有点折腾，老是转来转去的。
See how Chen responds to the C-bet here. Looks like he's going to flick in the call with a gut shot and 2 overs. Well, that's bad news.
Zhenxiang Chen is in much bigger trouble now. It is only that gut shot that is live. The ace-10 on that flop, he can expect to be ahead with just the good ace-high a reasonable portion of the time. Once you face the second barrel, is it going to start to look a little more dicey?
基本上就是有人送。
那个抛多大？25
BB 那时候
有100万。
没有，那差远了。
If he finds a check here, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
那有几十万。
然后紧接着就是人家交易带的牌锤了我4条。
Judging from what we've seen the last couple of days, checks in spots like these appear to be exceedingly common at this series. Seen a lot of these top and middle sets start slow playing spots like this. I actually think this is a good time to go ahead and bet that set. There's enough chips behind that we can't really check back and then jam the river. We would need our opponent to bet, and then we would need them to call a jam over the top of their bet in order to get all the money in.
现在300、320、320，1500万 ，FT 应该是差不多接近200万，接近200万的马里。
兄弟，你对朋友下手都这么狠吗？我昨天你上面有点疑惑。你会不会言语示好，然后一会儿这么捶我
The language, Corey, set is set, even in Mandarin.
骗人就骗人了，没事。你赛特你，
我不是赛特，我是小狗。
Yeah, that makes sense.
我去看广播。
没事，这个正常，这个
我们信。
这个是你的面，我可以这样子打，我是什么牌啊？喂，也 check。
10个币，我看能不能给你退啊？
别。
我今天没逼别人，真的我不骗你。我还跟人家跑马落后的牌还输给人家，真的。就人家7、8个币跟人家跑马。有人送啊，不是说了吗？人家翻后锤了我4条街。那一把牌他65个币，我60也差不多，剩了5个币没打过。这一把牌干了60个。 退不了，太差了。
这个就干60个币的，他妈180了，要是这个阶段。
那个，我 KK 啊，不是我，因为大毛是个短码，你记不记得快休息了？我 KK 跟他打了一把，他 K 圈。就你们回来，他说他 KK 我 AA 嘛，实际上不是，实际他是 K 圈操作我是 KK。
Ace Queen on the button, facing and open from the hijack. I imagine we'll be seeing a 3-bet.
You might even see a jam here. Since we ticked up to the 15k, 30k, this 600,000 chip stack only represents 20 big blinds. Ace Queen makes a reasonably good rejamming hand.
Corey, is your stream like maybe 10 seconds ahead of mine? How did you know?
Now, what I didn't suspect is that the Ace Queen is crushed. Future Corey did not suspect the Ace King lying in wait to ambush with the Ace King.
It's easy to see how he's amassed so many chips.
Yeah, picking up Ace Queen, Ace King when opponents have Ace Queen. A little bit of Hollywood perhaps from Liang, but King 9 is obviously going to hit the mark. And Meng-Chi Chen is in big trouble here. He's going to have to find a queen to stay alive. Only 25% equity. Will find himself with a healthy 7-figure stack if he's able to find it, though. That will be approximately 2 million in the stack of Zhenxiang Shen if he's able to just hold this Ace King here. Flop and turn are both clean. Going to a river, a queen and a queen only, and it is not. 5 of clubs will seal the deal. Meng-Chi Chen, GG, in 15th place.
Oh, sorry.
但是我拍野王不是我 KK
但是他这个牌也没办法，他这个牌 A 圈也得见，啊，他这个牌一点都逃不掉。 又是个短桌。
你救我了，你不靠，因为我想把他进掉。
他淘汰就淘汰了，我们线上天天打，无所谓，咱淘汰淘汰，有的是时间聊。我们多做一会儿。这打的话就总能碰到他们，他嘛反正就是住在上面，对吧？
Now I'm going to open up with a real hand this time. Upgraded from King 9 to Pocket Queens.
Queens is one of my favourite hands, Corey.
I have heard that. Zhang is in big trouble here. She's requested the triangle with the pocket 8s, and she is going to be snap called. These final two tables are moving quick. Down to 14 already.
Unless we can find an 8, it's likely to be 13.
Yeah, I think there's an 8 already in the muck pile. Only 11% for Zhang to survive. Can she find the one out?
Oh,
yes,
Corey.
she can! 8 of spades on the flop.
Oh, and she thanks the dealer.
It is clean. Good manners always pay, boys and girls. Huge double up for Zhang. Finds the one out.
That's maybe a lesson. We just need to always be respectful, always be thankful to the dealers, and the sets will come.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go with that.
You can find that in my next training course.
Yeah, even if it's not completely true, maybe it's a good lesson regardless. Sparkle Wolf in our YouTube chat is thrilled to see the 8 of spades on the flop.
Sparkle Wolf? That's got to be a Google generated name.
我那次打一个什么比赛 ，KPC 一个 high roller，就雪尔顿拿冠军那个，我他妈的从剩3桌开始，我筹码就没有高于10个 BB 过。
Corey, do you have any names you go by?
怎么都死不掉，我也问奇怪为什么。然后懒猪说你这个筹码的。
Any names that I go by?
Yeah, remember you go by the juicer.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah, I almost forgot my own nickname for a minute there, Liam.
Corey, how am I meant to get it going if you won't acknowledge it? Corey the Juicer
Van J. Can't help but squeeze.
I like it.
It's got an unreasonable ring to it.
I just need to figure out how to
continue the momentum here.
To ditch my nickname, Liam the Rebuy King Murray. Actually, Corey, I don't rebuy all that often. I'm a one-bullet warrior.
That's a good thing to be.
I want to play poker, Corey. These guys making it look so much fun.
The vibe here at the Jeju Poker Festival certainly seems to be one of very high spirits. Maybe that team's event was even giving us too good of an idea. Those guys were all having a blast, regardless of if they were winning or not. But everyone seems to be pretty jovial, even in this WPT Prime Korea main event. Liam, I think we need to get over to Jeju.
Yeah, let's do it. We can get a flight tonight. Or maybe next year.
Yeah,
I think we've got commitments. We've got commitments for the next few days here.
nice call.
Pretty clean flop so far for the ace jack suited.
Certainly does favour the pre-flop aggressor. So we'll see a C bet and take it. Plenty of swag. Plenty of swag there from our big blind, Corey. I think that's a style you can adopt.
Reckon I could pull it off?
I think so. Even if you can't, you just have to own it, and that's part of being stylish.
That's true.
That'll go along really well with your Movember moustache.
Oh, I mean, it's going to take something pretty impressive to compensate for the scruff I've got going on at the moment.
I told you, head off to the barber today. What happened?
I had really important other things to do, like eat lots of roast
You had
potato.
a sleep in, didn't you?
Oh, I had a massive sleep in.
我也希望我。
Down to 14 in the WPT Prime Korea main event. Playing down to a final table of 9 tonight. Action has been pretty quick because one of our players does have 130 bigs, so everyone else is fighting for the scraps.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying we're pretty confident that we will hit FT before the end of level 27. Given that I think this is level 23 and we're only like 15 minutes or so into it, I think we were maybe even overestimating how likely it was or how long this was going to take. We could be FT seemingly any moment if the pace of play keeps up the way it has. Chip leader in action here, making an extremely light open from the button with the Jack 5 offsuit, but they are going to maintain the lead with the pair of Jacks here. Gut shot is live for Liang. Check raise to 175,000. This is really interesting. You don't typically see a lot of check raises on ace-high flops of this texture.
It's pretty creative, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely polarized as well. You're either saying, I hope you have an ace so I can stack you, or I hope you have nothing so you can't call. And it can't really be anything else in between.
Instead,
and
he
in this
had
case,
Jack 5.
Yep, he had the second pair, and Liang was able to push that pair of jacks out of the pot and take this one down with the gut shot. Well-timed aggression, and it's going to get the job done here.
换是吧？
Liang certainly demonstrated so far that he likes to get involved. Qi Zhang is going to be perhaps allowed a cheap flop here in the big blind with his offsuit ace as well. We have to proceed with extreme caution defending hands like this multi-way. But the price is pretty good. Getting 6-1. Complete whiff for all three players so far. The ace high is currently out in the lead, but it is Chen Shu Zhang with the betting lead. Also holding 2 overs, couple of backdoor draws, but she decides not to take the opportunity to continuation bet. She's going to find a pretty spectacular card on the turn, however. Queen of Hearts will see her improve to an almost insurmountable lead. Bet of half pot here. I don't imagine there was realistically any way she's able to get any more value out of this hand that she already has against just the 2 naked ace highs. She will get the delayed C-bet through, increase her stack to almost 1 million chips. Considering moments ago she was all in at risk with a single out left in the deck, and now she's playing 935,000. Shows how insane this game can be at times. Blind versus blind pot here. We are just going to go to a cheap flop. Couple of mostly unimpressive hands. Zhangxian Shen's hand is going to improve significantly on this flop. He goes from dominated to well out in the lead with a pair of 10s. Also, that 6 of hearts, pretty significant on this monotone flop. That'll be an easy bet and take it.
What size would you like to see here, Corey?
I'd like to see the whole lot. 690,000. Get it in there. And this could be dangerous. Chen Zhang with the ace queen facing this jam. Started the hand with 30 bigs. She does cover the 3-bet jammer, does not cover the opener, but of course is the jam that you need to be a bit more concerned about. This is a really, really difficult spot. Looks like she's got
tough,
some
right?
tank cards there.
Because they're going to put in all the smaller pairs, which you probably don't mind running it against. And they will flick in the ace-jack suited as well.
Yeah, I mean, we are crushed by queens, kings, and aces, as well as ace-king. We can sometimes see the ace-jacks. We can sometimes see the king-queens. Maybe sometimes we see the ace-10 suiteds. We're going to see probably a good amount of 5s, 6s, 7s, etc. So there's certainly hands we're doing poorly against, certainly hands we're doing well against, a lot of hands we're flipping with. I think what this is going to boil down to in the end is that we are approaching the final table and ICM factors are starting to become significant. Risking such a big portion of your stack on a spot that's just slightly making money is not advisable at this point in the tournament, and I think that's going to push this ace-queen to be a fold. Really good discipline there.
A little bit of George Clooney here from the ace-8.
Yep, spend the shot clock, I suppose. Why not? And Shizang will take down a nice pot there. 135,000 chips going his direction.
哎，我 KQ 要 open 了。
不啊。不是啊，这个牌我没投入啊。我肯定没你大，我说是我的顶端上了呀。没有他，你推我就偏了。他我怎么会推呢？我开 open 了。就是啊，就是我
看他推了。哎，你们都不考虑我，我很伤心啊。
你的一个要后排的人考虑你。
我牌那么大，该给你们两个。
假动作，你差点就把我演进去。我就怕他不是演。什么东西啊？
我怕他，我不是怕你啊。
哎，你什么牌真的很大，可以看得到的嘛？那你说说看吧。
Ace-3 suited, 12 big blinds in early position for Amano here.
那我也上个奥特。
我也没骗你们，可以看我想到一个原始卡。哎，我肯定是没你大的牌了。他后排的时候秀了个 A 的呀，我看见了呀。他抬起来秀个 A， 他说他是 K 没实话。他秀了张 A， 但是我确实没投入啊，我去干嘛？应该是可以的，你要推我。你怎么准备放牌的？拿过来吃个高牌。可以啊。我 A7砸到。可以。
要后排的人。
All the way around to the big blind. King 7 offsuit for Pan facing this min raise. Against the early position open, he'll elect to show some respect and lay the hand down. Amano will pick up some very valuable blinds and antes to top his stack up to about 15 bigs.
那是没必要。
我没掉啊，我30个 BB 啊。是啊，我30个 BB 大盲本来就该被人抢的，我去干嘛？我没有投。
你这觉悟太高了，30个 BB 大盲。
我30个 BB 太好打了呀。
是的，是的，没毛病，其实真没毛病。
干嘛去啊？
真没毛病，大盲防守没有那么大的收益。其实所谓的强硬都是反向赔率、反向价值。
我少了就给你平，太多了，我太多了，后手。
Interesting spot for Chizang here. King Queen offsuit against an under the gun open is certainly a hand we can play, but we need to proceed with caution. And against the shorter stack, when we do flop that top pair, we're often committing to pay them off. So sometimes better to be disciplined, especially as we approach that FT. And it looks like Amano's going to get another raise and take it through, but he's got to get past the suited hand of the chip leader here. And he will. Back-to-back pickups for Amano here. Up to over $500,000 now. A few of those chips will go straight back to use in the big blind ante, however. Chen Xu Zhang, she made a great fold with Ace Queen just moments ago. She's going to get involved with it this time. Fold all the way around to Amano. He'll look to make this 3 hands in a row as he defends the big blind. He is dominated going to this flop. 9's alive and so are hearts. He's not able to find what he needs on the flop. Ace Queen maintains the lead.
Wow. Power.
Well,
check.
That will do the trick, I suppose.
That will get rid of all of your customers. Store is closed. Get out.
Yep, I'll have that pot, thanks.
If you have a 4 or a 2, good luck to you.
K4都要挤，算了呀，又不是大 bubble， 现阶段就一点点拿点酱。
Zhang Xian Chen with the ace jack of clubs. Inferior and offsuit ace for Zhang this time. Another inferior offsuit ace for Pan. We are very quickly running out of aces.
Lots of 5-3 offsuits, though. Corey, is this one of the ones we just fold? Yeah, I imagine so.
Yeah. It's just too weak. We're against an early position open. Even against a button, the 5-3 is just not really going to do what we need it to do. When it's close to best case scenario that we flop bottom pair, it's going to be pretty difficult to make anything of real value out of that hand. So yeah, we just let it go. Move on to the next one.
Still 14 remaining. Our chip leader with 100 big blinds, a short stack, just 13, but one double away from being well and truly comfortable again. Corey, the one question I'm going to ask is, how do we get one of those red dragon jackets? They are cool.
Oh, they are pretty special. We might need to see if Jordan can bring us some home.
I would like him to do that. Although, I do not think there is enough X's in Korea for me to get one. So I hope you're happy squeezing into a medium.
Yeah, I don't know that that would quite make it around my arm, let alone my torso. Here, sang with a mediocre suited hand in the big, will flick in the defend. It's exactly 50-50 going to a flop, and it's basically exactly 50-50 on the flop. Pair of sixes plays a 10 high flush draw.
Check bet call, I imagine.
Very small c-bet here. Against this size, you can consider check raising, but considering that it's under the gun, it might be better to just play it a little bit safer.
Deuce brings in a gut shot as well. Can't see Zhang being able to fold just yet.
You might need to turn this one into a bluff. 10-eye is not going to win at showdown almost ever. And in saying that, you might not even be able to get the king 6 to fold. Chen will take down a pot there.
信任说还好啊，信任说。
现在都不是标准范围。
就是他比较喜欢 K6红色这个牌。
很少这张桌子，但没踩到是吧？没什么事。理解错了，他是喜欢玩这样子，那就 AK 就 fold 了是吧？
面对大王可玩性确实蛮强。
这个面一拉，我知道它挺重的。
这牌爽牌，正常人都这个日子都没那么强，金顺双买。啊是，
还没给他机会。
就我觉得我这里立的他。
应该去了。那你是没想到他什么都没中呀？
他中了个6。
啊，面上有6。
啊，有个对儿，合牌可能会抛的。
那个面6。
合牌可能。
这张面都是他的面，不是大王的面。
Jack 5 offsuit for Chen. Looks like he's going to go ahead and turn this one into a bluff.
All of the equity from Jack 5 being winning at pre.
Yeah, the logic in taking spots like this is basically that checking back and seeing a free flop isn't even that valuable because your hand is just that rubbish. And we'd be better off risking the opportunity of getting blown off of the hand and try and just take the pot down immediately. So the logic's definitely makes sense. And we see the move is effective as it gets the king 4 out of the way.
It's my favourite new trick, Corey. I love doing that. I overdo it a massive amount.
If they're not fighting back, it's not a bad trick to overuse.
Corey, I actually did it quite a few times in my teams event win on Thursday night.
You won a teams event, Liam?
I did actually.
Oh, I'm not sure if you told me.
I told you several times, and I've got several times left in me. Yep.
Sure. Oh, my apologies. I must have just slipped my mind. Congratulations on winning the teams event.
Thank you. It wasn't as cool as the Red Dragon teams event, but it was up there.
I mean, that's not saying much. That was a very cool teams event. One of the most confusing teams event formats that I've witnessed, but very, very cool nonetheless. These are two not so impressive hands going to battle. 9-6 is currently in the lead, and at this point the kicker is looking like it could play. I'd say it's probably more likely that someone takes this pot down prior to showdown than 9-6 and 9-4 high going to showdown. Nine six of diamonds does pick up a couple of backdoors here. If you're going to float anything on this flop, this is actually a really good combo to use. The sizing of this bet is quite large, however. It does make it a little bit more difficult to make these calls without a made hand, and big size is going to be enough to get it through for Chen. Zhang Xiang Chen has certainly shown that he's willing to get involved in pots thus far. Jack 3 suited might be enough from the button for him to go for a steal. He is going to go ahead and speculate here. Gets it past Zhang. Jack 4 offsuit for pans. Technically got his opponent dominated, but...
How could he know that, Corey?
I mean, you'd have to be pretty clever. Chen looking to snatch a pot away from the chip leader here. That bottom pair is out in the lead. Five of clubs looks like a pretty useful card. 3 to a straight flush, but the ace of clubs in Chen's hand. Liam, I think that's a check raise. That's a spicy move, and it might just get through. These are the downsides of c-betting hands like bottom pairs. When you face these check raises, you're either getting bluffed or you are absolutely crushed. 8 of spades on the turn is going to improve Sun to an open ender, and a double barrel here surely takes this pot down.
These guys are very deep too. 2 of our chip leaders.
That is the second barrel. That's a healthy size. 205,000 to go. With just bottom pair and no redraw. I don't think Chen really has anything he can do here, but just let the hand go. The only bluffs you're beating is something like specifically what Sun actually has, and you wouldn't really expect to see this hand check raising all that often.
Corey, he does have the ace of clubs, so maybe he has devious intentions when the club rolls off. But this is a very tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, for you to do something when the club rolls off means you basically need to be prepared to call this 205,000 and then put a raise in over the river bet, which is probably going to be $500,000. Do we really want to call the 200k here, planning on putting the other 2 million of our chips in on the river, try and make a bluff? I mean, look, If you want to go for it, more power to you. I have all the respect for it in the world, but I'm not going to pull the trigger on that. There's 5 to go till the final table of the WPT Prime Korea. I'm just going to hold on to my 2.3 million and find a more reasonable spot to put it to use.
Oh, sorry. No move.
No.
It's right. 应该是对的，因为我没挪过来。
我知道，我看了。
不是急，面太湿了，你码太深了，我只能重注保。我不想筹码掉的比你少，我不想你把底池买去了，筹码比你少。说实话，面太湿了，越发越湿。不发8我还要发。其实这个8我也讨厌，因为你范围也宽的，你这里也有一些买顺道。我其实也有点讨厌，但是我必须得打，我这牌必须得保，没办法。我这牌不得不下注。你 flop 有对吗？这个没办法不打呀，这种牌，这种牌就反正我重注出去了，这个牌河牌淹掉了也就认了。因为他这个底池，如果我下手轻，他赢去了，河牌发特别危险的面被他弄去了，他筹码比我多了，很难打的。
King 10 suited for our chip leader. Jack 10 suited in the small blind for Amano. He is dominated. Thus far, the chips are not in the middle. Certainly wouldn't blame him for pulling the trigger on a jam here. But don't expect to have all that much fold equity, typically speaking, off of 11 bigs over an open. But against the button specifically, they're going to have plenty of junk that's just trying to steal that they're going to be able to let go after you put the chips in. And Amano's going to flop pretty huge here. Gut shot plus the jack high flush draw. If Sun fires the continuation bet here, which isn't unreasonable, I think he would be hearing about the business.
Wow. It's a big turn. Gut shot does come in.
Massive turn. Amano has the nuts with a redraw to the flush. He's going to check it one more time, try and set the trap.
He's very short compared to these two guys.
Yeah, I mean, stack to pot ratio of only about 1.2 or so. What was that? The check and the stare down.
Yeah. It's like he knows.
It feels like he knows. I guess we'll see in a moment. Now, Liam, this does not look like a bluff. Just going to put it out there.
Hard to be bluffing.
Pretty sure Young doesn't think he has the best hand.
Can't see 5-3 suited finding a way to put any more chips in here.
Why is he counting them?
Corey, what is going on here?
This
Corey, we have a highlight,
this
man.
is a oh yeah. I mean, I respect the moxie. The timing on this is quite poor. He's run straight into the literal nuts. I mean, Amano's put in more than half his stack on this bet here. I don't think this is going to be a bluff, and I don't think this is ever going to be all that light either. Liang obviously feels that he's picked something up here, but his radar perhaps needs some recalibration because all he's picked up is the nut straight in the small blind.
Straight into the Bermuda Triangle went his plane.
Small straight. Oh, it's not straight.
Oh no! That makes a little bit of sense.
Liang misread his hand. Is that?
There was no straight possible, so.
我 K 勾啊，我要 call 的，这个15啊，我要 call 的，我马都拿出来了，
也没算啊，也不算啊。
他以为这是张5啊。
I'm a bit confused.
他顺子呀，这里。
他手上是3-4吗
？3-4 休体。
我看错了。
3-5啊，3-5输体。
Oh my Lady Gaga， 给我省了15万，我操，这个包 call 的，我这个牌，我马都拿出来了。我不知道他是造的。有人保护。300多一点。
没有，我看错了。
你应该是看错了。我要 call 的，我 K 勾，我是要 call 的这个河牌。我已经马点好了，你 call 我就 call， 你 call 我就 call。
小盲不会扣盖牌了。
但是我要 call 的，这个牌我这个拉到这里了，我 K 勾我要 call 的，实话实说嘛。
What's your take on the table talk after this? Is this? Did he say he thought he had a straight?
Yeah, he said I have a small straight.
转盘你是 check 了吗？
我肯定 check back 这个牌，对吧？我不知道大盲这里的牌力怎么样。我转牌 check 了河牌，我这张 K 我肯定要 call 他了嘛，对不对
I don't think it looked like a straight.
看错了嘛，以为你
Sometimes, I mean, I've seen this happen before, and it kind of looks like a straight. I don't know. I don't know.
河牌必 call 的这个牌。
Weird hand.
我一张 K 大踢脚必 call 的。
Super weird hand.
这个牌我马都点好了，这个兄弟点出来打出来，我马都点好了，我就送也要送的这个15万。我这个牌不 call， 我没有牌能 call 了，他所有的牌都要拖我。我过了 K 了嘛，我就 call 了嘛，对吧？结果没想到。 What？ 应该是 break 了是吧 ？break 了，我看一下。我去。拿出去的就 call 了嘛。
It'll be a break, I believe, guys.
哎呀，救了我呀！我 ace 输体啊！
Oh yes, and this is going to be a full dinner break, I think. Oh, we've got some action first.
Sorry.
It's going to be a fair
pause
fight.
that. Senshu Zhang with the ace king looking to find a pair to crack these threes. Hand needs to hold to stay alive. Yeah, picks up extra outs. Pocket threes will double. Guys, we're going to go on a 1 hour dinner break for our players here, so we will resume in 60 minutes time.
Yeah, everyone enjoy a nice dinner. Looking forward to seeing you guys in a little while.
直喷也太奇怪了吧？40万。
这把我感觉特别不好，直喷就找。
不可能直喷啊！你这不可能直喷啊！
Do you like this?
Yeah. 4号位够。6号位置。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our WPT Prime Korea main event here at the Jeju Poker Festival 2025. My name is Corey Van J. I'll be joined momentarily by Liam Murray. Going to bring you guys all the action as we play this down to a final table. We're going to get straight into it here. Han with the pocket queens, going to look for an elimination here, it seems. You extremely short with the pocket sixes. Not much to do apart from just put it in here and hope for the best when you're this short. But you will see the bad news. He is not going to be flipping a coin here.
Can't be folding, though. That's for sure.
Certainly not. Not off this stack size. Winning the big blind potentially has something to get involved with as well. Mystery hand for the moment. It doesn't look like a fold. Going to be 3 ways to a flop here. One player all in, so the main pot is locked.
There is a mark.
Oh, okay.
Inside here, between here and here. Yeah.
8万 side pot 60,000 side pot
就看这把了。
Yeah, you were very strong for only.
Bit of
Pretty
trouble
sick
here
flop
for the
here.
queen story.
Yeah, one thing working in Han's favour is that there is a king on pot is locked. Not a whole lot of incentive for these players to be bluffing their opponent. Way into the middle. We're going to check twice here. I think this second check is a big mistake. Once our opponent checks the flop, it's unlikely that they have a value hand that can bet here. We're talking like specifically queens, jacks, and tens. Winner's extremely fortunate to be up against one of those specific hands here.
Do we see a check raise or just a call?
I mean, given that our plan, seemingly by checking here twice, is to get our opponent to go for thin value, check raising is probably going to scare them off, but then check calling and checking the river means they're probably going to check behind. There's just not really a good way to try and get all the money in here, given the whole locked pot dynamic, which is why I think the best way to go about this is to just bet the turn yourself. Put out a healthy size bet. Doesn't have to be too big, doesn't have to be too small, and you can set up to try and get the rest of the stack. At least most of it, but perhaps the whole lot on the river yourself.
I'm surprised to see this call, but we'll see a river.
Yeah, we will. And the stack to pot ratio is very small now. Han has 200k left in his stack. And there's 650 in the middle. Obviously, the jam is the only option from win here. But the thing is that this is going to be a bluff probably pretty close to 0% of the time. And queens don't beat any value bets. I think that was probably true on the turn. And is going to especially be true on the river. Now, the thing to keep in mind here is that we're playing 20k, 40k. So, Han's only started this hand with something like 13 big blinds. Might feel like off this stack size, just always has to go with queens when there isn't an ace out there, but I don't know that that's really the case here. You being involved here has a lot more impact on the strategy of this spot and the way we need to analyze this hand as it might initially seem. And look at that. He is going to find the fold, preserve his last 5 big blinds, and win with the set of 4s. Is going to scoop a pretty healthy pot there.
Down to 13 now. 4 away from our final table.
Yeah, just like that.
I think maybe he's an Instagrammer, Corey.
Nah.
Nah.
Don't know what gave you that idea. But you know what is interesting? Is Delay joined us in our YouTube chat for the first day of the teams event. And we were saying how we... Yeah, you certainly did. We were saying we hope that we get to see him on the other side of the stream, man. Well, here he is, Daniel Lay.
All of the biscuits, 205,000, just 5 blinds.
And that
really does get us
going
through.
to get through by the looks of it. Andrew Hahn will keep himself alive here. That 100k that he's just picked up is pretty important, given that he started with only 200,000. Here's the current table short stack, but Liam, you've said it a couple of times in our broadcasts already. We've seen crazy things happen.
He said 7 first on the flop, and after that he said 6.
No, he called 7 first.
Yeah, he goes 7 first.
Yeah.
Yes, on the flop. He was a street draw on the 10. That's why he. Yes. Right? He so 7 and 3. Yes.
Liam, are these guys talking smack about George?
I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. Our friend George. I can't wait to meet George one day. I'm just going to have to buy him a beer.
I think so. I reckon he's owed a few beers after the absolute hammering
honest,
he copped.
To be honest, I don't think any of those guys bought him a beer.
I don't reckon.
They probably bought him a hot beer.
They probably tipped the waitress to take his beer back.
Or knock it over.
3 ways to a flop here. And it is all delay with the top pair. Comes into the flop, dominating win, but crushed by Shao. Finds his live card. Imagine with these 3 spades on board, things will probably be proceeded rather slowly. And saying that, if Wynn's going to bluff at it, Six of clubs is not going to help the cause of getting a king to fold. Imagine Shao's pretty happy to just check this one down. Never mind. Bet a 60k. If you are going to bet these 9s, this is a really good size. We're basically trying to deny some equity from some small single spades. We don't want something like the 5 of spades. I suppose the 5 of spades is probably going to stick around with the gut shot, but like a naked 7 of spades, for example, from a hand like a7 off. We kind of want a chance to get that out of there. And also, by betting this small, we do allow players to call us with plenty of hands worse than a pair of nines. 6 of spades on the river now. 4 to a flush. Both players probably with plenty of showdown value to just check this one down. Be a mighty impressive value bet if Dan can fire this. Don't know that it gets called anyway. He's going to take this one down. Just 13 players remaining here in our WPT Prime Korea main event.
You got king.
30 minutes, he checked. 30 minutes.
Liam, our current payout is sitting somewhere just over 5,000 USD. Is that right?
I believe so. What are we looking at? 13 remaining. Yeah, $5,560. Our next out will get 6,870 in US dollars. We see another bump at 10th place, 8,690, and we see another jump after final table to 11,000. So pay jumps are getting more significant now as we edge closer to the final table.
Yeah, of course, delicate balancing act as we approach the final 9. Trying to lock up some pay jumps on the way is obviously going to be an attractive proposition, but these guys will certainly have in the back of their minds that 90,000 US dollars up top. And fun fact, Liam, did you know that 90,000 US dollars is equivalent to about 314 million Ugandan shilling?
It's also close to 8 million Australian dollars.
It certainly feels that way. Going to go heads up to the flop here. And Shimizu is going to find the top pair. She has Queen Jack of Clubs looking far less impressive on this particular flop. A couple of backdoor draws are present, and he is in position. Not the craziest spot for a float I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, just about a 75,000. Certainly wouldn't shock me to see him peel one off.
Wrapped around the 9 and all that
club. Yeah, something like that. Find straight draws on a king, a 10, an 8. Pick up draws on a club. If they check the turn, sometimes we can just bluff them off of it. Shaz's going to stay disciplined and just give up the queen high here.
Corey, I think that of all of the creative ways that you and I have found to stay in the hand, maybe we should start being more disciplined and folding more. These guys seem to fold a lot more often than we do.
Yeah, I mean, in my time, I've certainly come up with some pretty bad excuses to not fold a hand.
You're not known to be a folder, are you, Corey?
Oh, it's not what they know me for.
They know you for juicing.
Correct. There's a reason they call
Corey
me
the Juicer Ben Yosfeld. I'm gonna make it stick, I tell ya. Can we come up with a cool nickname for me?
I reckon we'll come up with something. I mean, I might need some time to come up with anything on the same level as the juicer, but let me see what I can do.
Okay, I'll leave it with you.
It's gonna have to be something really cool, like Bone Crusher or something along those lines.
Ooh, I like it.
Oh my fucking god!
Oh no.
You
There's
think
no
Andrew's happy
translation
about
needed
his
there.
walk?
There's no translation required.
I always have right
Yeah, no.
on small blind. This time
Mandarin
it's
or English,
the
that was very
3-7.
clear.
Always has the deuce on the first one.
Sometimes when I get a walk with aces, the words that come out aren't in any language.
Smell something.
Small blind had a feeling that the big blind had pocket aces, so we just let the 7-3 offsuit go. Probably not a lot to do with the category of hand he peeled.
I have a big blind walk.
Ace 2 suited for win here.
Yeah, 4 times. Raise 80,000. This is the best hand I have. 3-7.
Alright, players on WPT main event day 1A. You may now go back to your seats. We're gonna resume in less than 3 minutes.
Not many queens or tens left,
very
Corey.
defendable. Yeah, we've seen a couple of those hit the mark. Gonna need a little more help than usual to improve to beat this ace high, but still 36% of the time you'll find a way. This is not looking like one of the 36% of the time, especially with those spades on board for win. I reckon I could come up with a reason to not fold this queen 10.
I think you might have to, though.
Yeah, he does let it go. And we'll take that one down.
What would your reasoning for continuing be there, Corey?
We block king 10 of hearts.
Okay. And we also
technically
block,
true.
We block ace queen of clubs as well.
That is true. That is true. But we unblock 7-6 of diamonds. So.
And unblocking fives as well. So. Buzzwords.
I'll make up something about implied odds or live reads. Yeah.
Implied odds. What's that?
Say
Only
some
the best coaching
buzzwords.
service in Australia.
Opportunity for Zoo here. So far, we've only seen him get dealt 7-3 offsuit. We'll be thrilled to pick up an ace
And
here.
7 deuce.
Effective jam here.
Has he left some back? Not
Yeah, he
many,
left a
but
couple
he's
of
left
green
some, I
chips.
think. Just in case, you know.
Yeah, you can never be too careful. What if they call and you miss the flop? Yeah, true.
I mean, you can fold.
Yeah, if literally every other person at the table goes all in, you can probably just fold and leave the 25k.
Make the money.
Something tells me
the
that
final table photo.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Something tells me that this 7-3 offsuit is not going to be getting all in. Quick fold from the Queen Jack, and this King 9 suited is a decision. 8.5 big blinds will be the total all in. King 9 suited, facing that size jam from the cutoff. You're going to be ahead of certainly a number of hands. With some suited connectors shoving, some Queen Jack, some Jack 10 suiteds, maybe some Jack 9 suiteds. A couple of hands that you're crushing. Obviously, all the hands that dominate you are also shoving. Then you've got to wonder, is putting the 400k approx to use here or preserving it as we approach the final 9 better? And I think playing it on the safer side here is perfectly reasonable.
Everything you just said there, Corey, I normally summarise with, I don't have a good feeling about this, and fold.
Well, I mean, if you come to the right decision... There's been a whole lot of Queen 10 offsuits floating around, huh?
Yeah, we haven't seen pocket jacks in a while.
Turn. Yeah, you're right.
Or aces or kings. We saw them a lot in the teams event.
Yeah, there was a lot of premiums floating around in that teams event.
Premium structures demand premium hands, right?
That is correct. We're going to pick up a pair in the small blind here.
440.
Win covers several of the players on the table, but he does not cover Daniel. Nearly 40 big blinds effective. It is okay to just flick in the call here from the small blind. Can be a little difficult to play. Decides to just play it safe, not mess with the chip leader, just give up the pocket fives, and Delay ship 100,000 chips into his stack. Liam, did you enjoy your dinner break? Did you get something good to eat?
Yeah, just got to hang out with my wife for a little bit. We had some Uber Eats and we watched one of our shows. So, yeah, it was pretty good. My son went to bed probably about 45 minutes before our dinner break, so I didn't get to hang out with him, but it is what
might have
it
been
is,
more
Corey.
difficult for you to get. Yeah, would have been challenging to return from your dinner break if the little one was still awake.
It would have.
Whole lot of not much for the majority of the table, but shall be a little bit more impressed with his hand. Ace King here in the small blind, 25 bigs effective. Does have the table chip leader in the big blind to contend with.
Single day super high roller. 17 players will be paid after the
That's a very small raise for blind versus blind. You allow the player in the big blind to call with anything that isn't absolute garbage when it's only 50k more. Ace-9 offsuit certainly qualifies as not absolute garbage, so we're off to a flop, 220k in the middle.
8-4-6. No one with a heart.
55.
Quarter pot size bet here from Daniel. Probably suspects his ace high can be ahead here. Let's try and get value from things like king high with a single heart. Also, this bet is going to make it pretty easy for Daniel to get to the river for no additional cost if he decides to do so. The 7 of diamonds may have him not decide to do so. Interesting spot here with the ace-9. We obviously have a reasonable candidate with that open-ender and 2 overcards to go for a semi-bluff, fire away here. We can turn our hand into a bluff on heart rivers. We obviously have a strong hand when we improve to that straight. If we make a top pair, we have a reasonable amount of showdown value. But at the same time, we have a little bit of showdown with our ace-9 already, and getting check-raised here would be a pretty frustrating thing to have to deal with. Dan's happy to lean on the aggressive side, put the chips in, and put his opponent to the test. And he is going to get the better hand to fold. Well-timed aggression will be rewarded here.
Almost pocket ace again. Ace 4 offsuit.
Looks like we have lost a player on the outer table, Corey. That will bring us down to 12. Just 3 remaining before our final table.
That is an additional pay jump for all remaining players here in the WPT Prime Korea. 7.5 bigs, ace-6 suited. From a typical under the gun, we would probably have to pass on this, but this is a 6-handed table, remember. Under the gun is essentially middle position. All the way around to the blinds. And it's not going to get through. Spoiler alert. Zoo's ace-queen suited is going to be ahead by a pretty significant margin. Look at these equities, Liam. Is there any 6s left in the deck?
Crazy. I don't know
81%. Just the 6 of spades or running clubs. Oh, also that. So
GG
close.
to Andrew.
That's 4.
And 11. There we go.
Down
2
to
away
11.
from our final
2
table.
remaining.
This has gone quick. If this pace continues, we're going to have a super deep final table tomorrow.
11 now.
That's going to make for good TV.
So until 9.
Corey, it was always going to be good TV. We're going to be there.
True. Very true.
The only thing that could be better is if we were on stream ourselves.
I wish we were going to be on stream ourselves. Wynn's going to look to cement his place on that final table in this hand. Pocket queens. Min raise, and delay with the pocket 8s on the button could get into some trouble here. This is a 5-handed table, so under the gun no longer means under the gun. 3-bet incoming. Sunglasses engaged. Instagram handle on display. And turns out Dan doesn't even have the second best hand. 20 bigs here. These 9s are actually not an unreasonable hand to just go ahead and 4-bet jam.
I was just thinking that. Will he err on the side of caution?
Wow. I actually think this might be a missed opportunity. We see here that he was going to run into the queens. But I think, typically speaking, the 9s here are going to do really well as a 4-bet jam. I'm assuming that Daniel's probably going to be happy to 3-bet pretty aggressively in this spot. Given he's got the chip lead approaching the final table FT, he can put an unbelievable amount of pressure on his opponents.
450.
As it stands, the tight fold with the 9s is perfectly timed. Win with the queens has put in the 4-bet.
你们那边最短多少？
Now, this does not look like a bluff.
赶快工作，干这2个下班了。
Buying is 400,000 Korean won, 20,000 start on the stack at minute live duration. If anyone is interested, please come to the registration.
That's a pretty good fold, Daniel. Delay dodging some bullets here.
Shout out to Delay Poker.
Win scoops a very nice 280,000 chip pot. The 9s avoiding disaster. Delay limiting the damage. Pretty good hand there all round.
Wait, 80,000.
I think this open does a pretty good job of showing why those 9s would have made a great 4-bet jam.
Yeah.
8-6 of diamonds here for win. Very defendable hand here in the big blind.
推了他呀！你们在等什么？你们为什么不打？你们为什么不打？哦，有人在打。
Pretty good flop for our chip leader here. Very easy board to c-bet and take it down, and he's got that flush draw as a backup just in case. Pretty unimpressive hand here in the big blind. Not completely undefendable. Off an awkward stack size, 2 from the final table. Xiao's just going to relinquish that one to the chip leader. Aggressive 3-bet coming out from Win here with the ace-9 off suit. It's unfortunate to run into a hand as strong as the ace-queen here. Tough to pull a trigger on jams like these when you're basically hoping that your opponent's bluffing you when you're 2 away from a final table, but with the ace-queen, I think it just has to be done. calling and playing this out of position with such a small stack to pot ratio is just not going to be a recipe for success. If you jam and you do get called, still often going to be a flip, and you could hopefully find your ace or queen, get that double up. And of course, there's a chance that you're up against a hand just like this ace-9 that can't even call off, and you can just take this pot down. Great shove here from Zhu. I'm just going to ask for a count just to make sure he hasn't priced himself in, but I think when we factor the ICM into the equation here, it's better to actually just hold on to this 525,000 chips, even if it might be slightly winning in terms of chip EV.
How much? 745. 745.
Yeah, I know.
Purely going by chips here, with the prices getting, win needs just a shade over 30%. We see he has that even in this pretty rough scenario
if it's
here.
Not snap call, 3 odds at most. Yeah, close.
Yeah, in this situation, if he not snap, that means forward.
I was waiting for the other guy busted versus money jump.
Yeah.
It's weird because the 9 and 10s is the same. Normally it's money jump here.
And just
Yeah,
like that,
yeah.
with that fold, we are there. Final table bubble. 1 to go, ladies and gents.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why do the chairs have to be so nice? I can't stop spinning.
Alright, players who brought ticket on stage to bet 13, reach the bottom hyperturbo starting in 3 minutes. Players, you may now take your seats.
Give me some credit back on the FT. Do you speak like the Mandarin?
一点点。
一点点。
是 ABC。
ABC。
对。听的好一点，但是说的。
你在哪里住
？Vegas。
Vegas
Think Zhao's going to open. Guess not. You think?
Pretty good timing.
You think Zhu's going to open?
I'd have to think so. Be a very creative call.
Okay, thank you.
How deep is the player in the big blind? This might not be so crazy. Sub 20. Yeah, no, this makes some sense. Now, it's going to be a less effective spot to go for a trap when you're on a final table bubble and the guy's not going to lose his mind. But with the aces, you can try and let a hand like this Jack 6 in there to flop a pair and squeeze a few extra big blinds out of him. Also, you can allow him to find an open-ended straight draw and all of a sudden have 35% equity. That's another thing that you can do with the pocket aces here.
I would suggest the secondary option is far worse.
Yes, the open-ended straight draw plan is going to be far less effective in the long run. The bit where they flop a jack or a 6, that bit works great.
That's a good plan, that one.
Off to a turn we go. Pot starting to get a little bloated, 210k in there. Oh, we've seen a burn card. We've seen a burn card.
Corey, if we could see it, they could probably also see it.
I reckon they could probably see it. But you know what's even more important than the burn card?
A jack or a 6 now having a straight? What if you have both?
Yep. If you have both, you get bonus points.
A 6-card straight is only beaten by a 7th card straight.
Correct. And in this particular hand, Zoo is really going to struggle to make a 7-card straight. These aces have shriveled very quickly. That open-ended straight draw plan, like I said, not the best. Shimizu going to go for value here. 120,000. And this is a pretty dicey spot here with the aces. You're up against an extremely wide range after you limp and have your opponent check back in the big blind. And you have one pair with no redraw. Time bank seems appropriate. If we think about how high up we are in our range, it's not as high as you might initially think. We have one pair on a board where it's really not that hard to have either end of the straight, not that hard to have 2 pair.
Oh, I broke even.
And we do have the best 1 pair possible. It might be worth flicking in a call on the turn here, but if we do, I do not think our hand
decisions on the river.
No, I mean, we probably just have to shrug and fold our hand if we face any further aggression after calling here. Now, it would be very impressive if Zoo's able to sniff this out and fold immediately. After you set the trap with aces, folding them as soon as things get dicey is pretty hard to do. And wow, this is really impressive discipline. We've seen some incredibly disciplined folds today, Liam.
Over there. Aperture. Right? Same hand. You bet beat me. Pocket ace. Yeah, aperture on that. Pocket ace again.
I put you on that. I put you on aces.
Oh, Lim.
Same position.
I put you on specifically 2 aces, so I bluffed you off it.
So I don't think you have any draw. Yeah, I don't know if it's good for that. Go for 100%. Only for 2 you, my friend.
So who's going to get another crack at it? slightly worse hand here, but a better position on the button.
诸位，
Race to 1 million. 1 million.
1 million, he says.
Exactly 1 million.
That might be all in.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
okay,
all.
you win, you win.
You try hard.
You try twice. The third time I believe I fall. Okay.中文说得好，1、2不过3。I think if you check on the 10, I bet on the river myself. I'm looking for value.
Grand total of 282 entries into day 1A. Today, 43 players. 43 players will be in the money. And 36 of you will advance to day 2. So remember, 43 in the money. And once we reach 36 players, day 1A will be over. And all those 36 will be moving into day 2. 282 entries, 43 in the money, 36 going to day 2.
But the hand, I couldn't call if you raise on the green. Any amount.
This is sub 20 effective. This ace-5 makes a pretty good jam, especially the final table bubble pressure that you're putting on your opponent.
Yeah, it was 6 cuts straight.
Jack-7, a pretty easy
You have
fold
carbon not? No carbon.
for Shao in the big blind.
Yeah, if you have over 20 big blinds, I probably raise. You have less than 20, you have a lot of hands you're going to shove pre-flop. So I was waiting for your shove.
That's what I thought too. Yes.
The only 2 pocket aces I had for the whole event.
Yeah.
2 times small blind.
And last both.
Yeah, last both. Wow. That's poker.
Yeah, that's poker.
Sometimes you don't need a premium hand to win.
Yeah.
Jack-9 suited getting folded there's pretty snug.
I was just thinking the same thing, Corey. 5-handed. It's going to
Yeah,
struggle
certainly
to
justify
find more playable hands.
I played with you so many times.
Yeah.
Win maybe with some devious intentions here.
So you're Korean, right?
Yeah, Japanese.
King 3 suited's not the worst hand of all time to turn into a 3-bet bluff in a spot like this. Good shot. Delay defends with the Queen 8 here.
Our boy Delay.
This is a little more favourable for the Queen 10. Here's a gut shot for the Queen 8. Backdoor diamonds. Some potential there. Better 50,000 with the open-ender here. It's going to take a little bit more than that to take this pot down. And this Queen of Hearts might actually slow things down. This is probably enough of a piece that these guys are happy to both just take their hand to showdown now on this ace-high, very connected board. Obviously, they both do have second pair with the straight draw. It seems to me a bit more like a hand that's happy to take a free river. Getting check raised here with Queen 10 feels horrendous. You wouldn't think the likelihood would be all that much on this particular board, but in saying that, it's also pretty difficult to get value from worse. When you're up against a hand that's literally one tick down from yours, that is going to make it a bit easier to get paid. 6 of clubs. That 10 kicker only just plays.
That's good. The rake in Japan is very high, right?
In a tournament?
Yeah, the tournament.
Yeah, sure.
I heard it's like 30% or 40, 30 to 40.
30% is better one.
Oh,
They
really?
take, over than 50.
Wow, that's crazy.
But getting better. Before,
Okay.
kind of 80%, 70%.
Wow. I heard the high roller is good.
Price only for the drink and the food. But now getting better.
Okay. The USOP is going was going to like yeah. Was
The JOPT in Tokyo.
JLPT, yes. I heard the high roller is the rate is like maybe 15, 20, 20.
Yeah, high roller like high roller 75%. Right.
Easy raise and take it for win.
High roller 80% back.
兄弟又一把 AA 死了。
刚看到你跑马赢了，淘汰一下。
对，然后后面一把 AA 死了，操！
Jack 9 suited for Shao this time. Now he is a little bit shallower, just over 15 bigs to start this hand. but he is going to get involved with the Jack-9 suited, folded around to the big blind. Not completely undefendable. Facing the slightly larger open, this is one of the hands that you might start to adjust and fold. Shimizu is not deterred. He has a suited, somewhat connected hand, and he is going to see a flop with it. 260k in the middle. Flop is all for Shimizu in the big blind. Jack-9 of diamonds. A couple of backdoors in play. 2 overcards. This is a healthy size C-bet. Looks like about half pot. This will set up a really nice size turn jam. If Xiao's able to find the right turn card, he might be able to unload the clip and go for it, but getting a pair of 8s to fold after this flop is going to be pretty challenging, and in fact, he might just be facing an all-in here. Wouldn't be unreasonable off of this stack size.
It's a very interesting decision, regardless, Corey. It's
He does just pull the trigger on the all-in. Yeah, very reasonable jam here, and Xiao just has to give it up now. Hold on to the 10 big blinds and try and find somewhere else to use them. Xiao's really thinking this through. But I'm not really sure what there is to think about here. He does eventually fold. I mean, I get there's a lot out there. You have 2 overs, you have some backdoor draws, but I mean, we're 1 away from the final table bubble. It's just not the spot where you want to be gambling too much. And it looks like there's an all-in call on our other table, Liam.
Pocket 10s against Ace Jack.
Do not know who's at risk.
4 of clubs on the turn gives the Ace Jack a flush draw. Yeah.
King is clean. And that might be it.
Double. But I do think that you are correct, Corey. I believe we might be finished for the day.
Yeah, I think this is going to be our last hand.
This last hand?
Yeah, we are there, guys.
Congratulations to our remaining players, guys. 9 remaining in this main event with $90,000 US up top. For those of you watching it along at home, we will be commencing tomorrow at 12:30 Korea time. So that is in approximately 14 hours time from now. Corey, enjoy your rest. I will enjoy mine. And I shall see you back tomorrow.
Yeah. Quick fun fact, Liam. Did you know that $90,000 US is equivalent to about 315,000 Turkmenistani manat?
I was going to mention that, but I'm glad that you did.
Oh well, yeah. I'm glad we're on the same page, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you guys all the action of WPT Prime Korea main event day 2 here at the Jeju Poker Festival. Like Liam said, we'll be kicking off in about 14 hours from now with the final table. Cannot wait to play this one down to a winner. Looking forward to seeing you all then.
See you guys. Have a good night. Bye.